Satyamati schools in the villages of our country gave us a lot of exposure to the kind of challenges that are being faced by underprivileged children. We thought it was important that we take our learnings, our experiences into the government schools where millions of children of similar background were studying. So therefore, the Satyam Quality Support Program was born.
Hi, my name is Hanuman Lakadong. I love going to school because I can be anyone. Sometimes I can be a painter, a singer, reader, or I can be just myself. Earlier, the school was very boring. Since Bharati Foundation support the school, a lot of my friends have found different ways to express themselves.
We have built a program which can be replicable, which can be scaled up. I believe educating a girl child, you ensure that next few generations will be educated.
In my class, I read about astronauts and stars. My teacher says girls can go to space too. I'm learning about new technology and science so that one day I can go to Mars. My name is Pooja and I want to become an astronaut.
I want to be a football player, doctor, engineer, lawyer, scientist, teacher, architect, IPS officer.
Giving education to a child is not the end of everything. And education without values and value system, to my mind, is not something which we need to give to our kids.
सपनों की कभी कोई लोकेशन नहीं होती.
My school has taught me to dream big and I won't stop. जब मैं एक दिन बहुत बड़ी डॉक्टर बन जाऊंगी ना, तो मेरे गांव का नाम सबको पता होगा. सब बोलेंगे वो है रावल का गांव.
Ever since we started, we're adding more and more villages to our education program. We're reaching out to more and more schools, more and more children. We believe we're changing India one village at a time.
ऐसे सूरवीर जिन्होंने देश के लिए अपना सर्वोच्च योगदान दिया, कहीं खो न जाए, उन्हें कहीं भुला न दिया जाए, इसके लिए हमने सत्य भारती स्कूल द्वारा एक इनिशिएटिव लिया गया.
हमने खोज शुरू करी उन फ्रीडम फाइटर्स की जो कि कहीं ना कहीं कभी किसी जनरेशन में रहे हैं.
बच्चों ने उस गांव के मौजूद लोगों से पूछकर, बुजुर्गों से पूछकर उनकी वास्तविक सेवा के बारे में जानकारी जुटाई.
हम लोग उनके अभिभावकों से मिले. हम लोगों ने बच्चों के साथ मिलकर क्वेश्चन वेयर तैयार किए कि हम लोग क्या-क्या प्रश्न उनसे पूछे ताकि उनकी सभी जानकारी हमें मिल जाए.
Good morning, everyone. May I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem? The, fu- the future of education lies in the integration of technology to create a system that nurtures and shapes the learners of future and tomorrow. Dr. Radhakrishnan. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all today as we continue our exciting journey through the 25th year of Bharti Airtel Foundation. Today is not just another milestone. It is a momentous occasion that marks a new chapter in our commitment to advancing education. We are thrilled and to unveil something truly transformative, the Teacher App. This innovative platform has been meticulously designed to empower teachers, providing them with the tools, resources, and support they need to achieve excellence in their classrooms. My name is Sameen Nadeeb, and I will be your host for the day. We have with us today government dignitaries, corporate partners, educationalists, NGO partners, teachers and faculty, and upcoming educators from reputed B.Ed colleges such as Jamia Millia Islamia, Army Institute of Education, Manav Rachna University, RCCV Girls College, and Galgotia University. Welcome to this special day. Today, we are taking a giant leap forward in shaping the future of education, and it starts here, right now. As educators, we all face the challenge of creating meaningful learning experiences while navigating the ever-evolving and demanding educational landscape. The Teacher App is our solution, developed with inputs from teachers and educators to make teaching more engaging, organized, and collaborative. The Teacher App is our attempt at elevating teachers, elevating India. I would like to invite Amit Taneja, Technology Head at Bharti Airtel Foundation, and Dr. Kirti Sharma, Head Training and Curriculum, to introduce the Teacher App and talk about our journey.
Thank you, Sameen. Good morning, everyone. Today, we are here to introduce comprehensive app designed for educators. I, along with Kirti, will be doing the same. I will be covering technical aspects and Kirti would be covering the academic. This app works on multiple platforms and you can access this app on Android, iOS, and website. This app we have designed using multiple threshold technology like Flutter, edX, AWS to give you a secured app as well as a best of the best in terms of technology. Can we move to the next slide? We are focusing on three key pillars. The first is the building capacity. The second is the holistic school approach and driving engagement and motivation. These are the three pillars that we are focusing in our app. The first one, which is the building capacity, we have got courses, webinar, podcast, and short videos that ensures that a lot of teaching learning resources are provided for a teacher that would help and enhance their building capacity. The holistic school approach, we have got school processes, thematic fest, events, state channel, and teacher resources, which gives up a holistic approach to the school. Yeah. Third, the driving engagement and motivation. We have got reward and recognition and a community, which gives up a focus, exposure to a teacher in terms of building up a community itself. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. So what we are going to show right now is a app home screens. Once you would download this app, you would get these first landing screen. which has got courses, short video, webinar, podcast, and teaching kits, impact stories, events. So this is very intuitive and easy to use app. We approached 100 plus teachers, took their feedback, and then designed this interface. So far, we have received a wonderful feedback, and I'm sure you would also like this. In our app, the first block, which is getting primarily used, is course. Course are self-paced course developed using the SCORM technology and are of 1 to 1.5 hours. What we have done, because it's a long duration course, we have extracted part of this course and we will give you a glimpse of it so that you can see the quality of course that our team is designing.
This means that a print-rich classroom displays and uses print meaningfully during teaching and learning. This helps students see adults use print for various purposes, and that helps them understand that print carries meaning. This, in so many ways, forms the foundation for reading and writing. Print-rich environment includes prints to label things and spaces, for example, labeling cards for blackboard, chalkbox, book corner, containers and shelves for various materials, classrooms, names and offices, etc.
As you saw in this snippet, teachers can learn at their own pace, focusing on their specific areas of interest, tailoring their learning experience. These courses also enable teachers to review and reinforce concepts, leading to better retention. The courses are based on classroom situations, incorporating multimedia elements such as videos, animations, and interacts. These also allow teachers to track their understanding while attempting different quizzes. Our courses establish specific learning objectives using real-life examples, case studies, and scenarios to illustrate key concepts.
Can you move to next slide? Yeah. So next section that we are going to cover is short videos. Teachers do not have much time. They are primarily looking for a short solution. So we understand their needs and we have developed short tutorials for a teacher that can be accessed by them. These videos.
So, Jolly sir, how long?
Just hold on, Atul. So these videos are created in animation environment. 2D animation is what we refer it as, and provides up a quick solution to a teacher itself. Atul, now we can play. Thank you.
Does your hair grow in half a month before you go for a haircut?
Very simple, ma'am. We only need to multiply 0.7 by 0.5 for that. I simply multiply 7 times 5 first, which is 35, and then 0.7 has 1 decimal, and 0.5 has 1 decimal. So I will put the decimal before 2 digits.
Though most people use this method to multiply decimals, it is often done mechanically and without much understanding of the significance of decimal and its position.
Oh, is it?
Sir, if I would have given the same problem to the students, can you believe 31% of the students would have answered 3500?
Unbelievable.
Students often tend to ignore the decimal points and treat a decimal as a whole number. They may not be able to differentiate between 7, 0.7 and 0.07 and consider them all to be the same.
What else do the teachers need? Catering to the busy schedule. So these short videos with quick modules on our teacher app provide a lot of valuable information to the teachers among their busy schedule. These are concise and focused on specific topic or skill. Being cost effective, it demonstrates practical application of concepts and skills being taught. They are optimized for mobile devices, allowing teachers to access them on the go.
Third section is webinar, where we approach industry experts and request them to conduct a session for our users. They conduct up a session on Zoom, and this session are interactive. where they directly interact with a teacher using multiple technology tools like Mentimeter, polls, and also using Kahoot. So let me take you through one such webinar.
A very good evening to all. It's an honor to be a part of the webinar series. And a big thank you to Bharti Foundation for inviting me over. As already mentioned by Debashri, the topic of my webinar is empowering student engagement and what are the strategies that can promote student participation. Before I move forward, I think it is very important we answer the question that why is student engagement so important? Why does the principal always say, please engage your students? Teachers, workshop people always say, please engage your students. So why is it that student engagement is important? Student engagement promotes deeper understanding of the concept.
Yeah. You would have observed in between there was a barcode, or QR code, which was visible. Using that, teacher were requested to participate in a poll, and basis that the entire series moved forward. This is just one such sample what we have shown. There are multiple ways where the webinar experts are using technology so that teacher gets more exposure to it.
As you already saw, these webinars provide teachers with access to subject experts and thought leaders in education. These also allow interaction, enabling teachers to ask questions and engage in discussions. These webinars are also recorded and available on the app, allowing them to access at a later time for reiteration. The topics or series of webinars address the current needs and challenges of the teachers. These webinars support teachers' ongoing professional development and provide them with practical strategies and techniques to enhance their teaching practices.
The next section is teaching kids. So apart from addressing the needs of a teacher's learning, what we have also provided lot of resources that can be accessed by a teacher. These are the resources that we have curated with the help of partners. And we have categorized this into various categories. The first category is teaching videos, where we have partnered with Khan Academy, Center Square Foundation, and many more, which we are doing. And the content is displayed here in this. We have got projects, project-based learning, where all the projects related to project-based learning activities, no back day activities are visible. Similarly, we also have a question bank, which is available for a teacher, and they can create questions using it. It's currently we have got around 1,600 questions uploaded, and many more would be uploaded. So let me just show you a quick video. This would give you a brief glimpse of this section.
Welcome to our feature, Teaching Kit. This feature on the Teacher app empowers educators with valuable resources to enhance classroom experience, streamline school processes, and boost students' success. Our teaching kits are organized into three key categories: classroom resources, school operation processes, and question bank. Each section offers a variety of tools and materials to support you, all easily accessible at your fingertips. Explore these features to transform both your classroom and school environment. Together, let's shape the future of the best friend of teachers, the teaching kit, including videos, projects, question banks, lesson plans, worksheets, etc., are helpful for teachers saving their time and effort in preparation, as all necessary material and resources are organized at one place, tailored to meet the need of the diverse learners.
Now, knowing that you all are coming here, the B.Ed students, what we have also done here is listed down few sample courses that you can refer and start accessing it. All of these are very much mapped to your curriculum. These are just few courses that we have identified. The list is very exhaustive, and Kirti will take us through with that.
Apart from the teachers, the Teacher app provides numerous courses helpful for the pre-service teachers, also aligned to DLED and BEd courses. For teachers, it is completely aligned with new education policy structure as courses are available as per cohorts, focusing on concepts, pedagogy, and resources. We also ensure that content is regularly updated and maintained to reflect best practices and current research. The sample courses are listed on the screen. The app has 60 search courses and almost 36 webinars aligned to BEd and DLEd curriculum.
Yeah, thank you, Kirti. So we have got 60 plus courses and 35 plus webinars. We will request you to download the app and start accessing it so that it gives you a good exposure to the courses that we have uploaded. That's it from our side.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amit and Kirti. Your enthusiasm is quite evident. May I now request sorry, I will just start from here. So the teacher app was conceptualized, as you can see, with the help of active participation from grassroots teachers who better to guide than the teachers who are the end users of the app. May I invite Anshu Dua, academic lead of the Teacher app at Bharti Airtel Foundation, to moderate the session, Experiences of Teachers Using the Teacher app. Anshu is dedicated to enhancing education through innovative and impactful initiatives. She plays a key role in shaping the app's academic strategies, ensuring it effectively supports educators and fosters professional development for teachers across the nation. I would like to invite on the panel, along with her, Ms. Mamta Sethi, Ms. Sukhwinder Kaur, Mr. Chandrabhan Singh, and Ms. Sweetie Tripathi. Please join us on the podium. Let me just introduce the panelists to you. Ms. Mamta Sethi, an educationist, a poet, and the principal of MCD School Karolbagh, has 27 years of teaching experience. Over her 7-year tenure as principal, she's received the state awards for teachers, the Best Principal Zone Award honor at zone and interzone levels, and numerous accolades such as the Raj Bhasha Doot and Sarojini Naidu Award. Ms. Sukhwinder Kaur, a teacher at the Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal Government High School, Jammu, combines 12 years of experience with a passion for girls' education. A former state-level cricketer and an MEd, she fosters literacy, vocational skills, and self-reliance in her students. She champions inclusive learning for holistic development, promoting confidence and empowerment. Ms. Sweetie Tripathi, a mathematics teacher at Mount Carmel School, Delhi, has been shaping young learners for 10 years. A DU alumnus with a master's in mathematics, she focuses on building strong foundational skills for grades 4 and 5. Her innovative teaching techniques ensure students gain confidence and excel in maths. And finally, Mr. Chandrabhan Singh, he is a dedicated educator and serves as a teacher at the Rajasthan Senior Secondary School, Jaipur. Known for his honesty and perseverance, he embraces the challenges with a motivated spirit. Beyond teaching, Chandrabhan enjoys gardening, reading, and reflecting on how growth can happen in young learners. Over to you, Anshu. The session is for 30 minutes. We will give you a heads up at 5 minutes before.
Thank you so much. We are all started, we have to just get set, go, 30 minutes. Good morning all, and welcome once again on this panel. For the time that you've taken out, you've traveled distances to be here with us. But we really wanted to understand from the active users of the app, what kind of impact of the teacher app, what kind of impact it is taking you and in your professional life, in your work. So without much ado, I would like to start with the first question, which goes for all of you. Just be like this. So I'm available. Yeah. What is your favorite feature on the teacher app? What is something that you would really love to go back to again and again? So let's start with Ms. Joshi.
सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन को, जिन्होंने ये सुअवसर प्रदान किया और मुझे आमंत्रित किया। द टीचर ऐप, यूँ तो उस पर बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं, बहुत से कोर्सेज हैं, वेबिनार है, लेकिन आपने पूछा कि सबसे अच्छा कौन सा लगता है, तो बड़ा मज़ेदार लगता है जब हम शॉर्ट वीडियोज़ देखते हैं। न केवल कोई एक सब्जेक्ट हिंदी, इंग्लिश, और एज एन एडमिन मुझे बहुत सहायता मिलती है जब मैं लाइफ स्किल्स के वीडियो अपने टीचर से शेयर करती हूँ। मैं दूसरी बात भी ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगी यहाँ पर, जो खासियत है इस ऐप की कि ये बायलिंगुअल है, यानी कि 2 भाषाओं में किया गया है, हिंदी और इंग्लिश। तो जो टीचर्स जो स्कूल से बहुत दूर हैं या गाँव में रहते हैं या और दूर हैं, तो उनको भी इसका फ़ायदा मिल रहा है। तो मेरे लिए तो सबसे अच्छे शॉर्ट वीडियोस मज़ेदार। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Anshu. Thank you for having us here. And yes, for me, it's the courses basically. And I would say because for me, I've started my journey 12 years back, and my education was completed before that, you know, almost 18 years back. So it's really important for us teachers to update ourselves. Now that we are moving towards a digital future, it's really important to know about what's happening, what's new. So these courses, they are really helping us to do that. Not only are they, you know, precise, but they're so informative. And you can actually take these courses to your classes. You can practically do it. And then you get that feeling of accomplishment when you get that certificate, which is really, which is really encouraging, because somewhere down there, we are still learners, we are still students, and there's a child in us that want, you know, that little encouragement every now and then. So courses, for sure, yes.
चंद्रमान सर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आपका फेवरेट क्या है टीचर ऐप पर?
हेलो मैम, टीचर्स ऐप में सबसे पहले एजुकेशन का जो नवीनीकरण हो रहा है, आधुनिकीकरण हो रहा है, उसको बच्चों तक, आज की नई जनरेशन है, उसको कैसे पहुंचाएं, कैसे पढ़ें, कैसे पढ़ाएं। सारी शिक्षा जो है वो नवीनीकरण पर आधारित है। पुरानी टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो अब धीरे धीरे उसमें कैसे सुधार किया जा सकता है, उसके बारे में टीचर्स ऐप में है। दूसरी चीज़, टीचर्स ऐप क्यों ज़रूरी है? देखिए, ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में एजुकेशन बहुत पिछड़ा हुआ है, अभी भी एजुकेशन बहुत लोअर स्थिति में है। कुछ जगह जहाँ बच्चे नहीं पढ़ पाते हैं, स्कूल नहीं जा पाते हैं, और दूर दूर स्कूल हैं, वहाँ टीचर्स को, कुछ पेरेंट्स के पास केवल पूरी फैमिली में एक मोबाइल है ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में, तो उसमें उन बच्चों को कैसे शिक्षित किया जाए, तो टीचर्स ऐप डाउनलोड करके टीचर उनके घर पहुंच करके उनको बताते हैं कि कैसे पढ़ाया जाए। राजस्थान सरकार इस पर बहुत अथक प्रयास कर रही है। उसमें सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बच्चे जो जब तक गाँव में से शिक्षित नहीं होंगे, गांव से जब तक विकास नहीं होगा, देश का विकास भी गांव के सहारे डिपेंड करता है। तो टीचर से ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के लिए एक वरदान है, और इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए इसमें अभी 2 लैंग्वेज डाली गई हैं। हमारे राजस्थान में 3rd लैंग्वेज और चलती है, संस्कृत। मैं चाहता हूं कि संस्कृत का भी इसमें थोड़ा सा सहयोग प्रदान किया जाए।
Thank you, sir. Sweetie ma'am, which is your favorite?
Yeah, it is like, you know, it is very hard to choose one feature, as this app has already many good features like Sunday polls, quizzes, or as sir already mentioned. But I really like the courses. They are incredibly valuable, as it keeps me updated and enhances my teaching practices. Thank you for this app.
Thank you. So जब चंद्रमान सर बात कर रहे थे तो मुझे ममता मैम की बात याद आ रही थी। टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ सिर्फ तभी होगा जब वो गांव-गांव तक एक-एक बच्चे के पास पहुंच सके। I think that was the inception. So what I feel is that the teacher app, आप लोगों से बात सुनने के बाद में, has really found its meaning, its real true meaning, जो उसका inception का part रहा। Moving on to the next question. ये हम सब जानते हैं कि अगर टीचर के पास में कोई भी नॉलेज आए, अगर वो किसी नई नॉलेज को एक्वायर करे, तो वो 100% उसे जल्दी से जल्दी बच्चों के पास ले जाना चाहेगी। तो सुखविंदर मैम, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि ऐसी कौन सी कोई एक इंस्टेंस जो आपको याद हो कि आपने नॉलेज ली हो और वो ट्रांसफ़र की हो और उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट आपको क्लासरूम में देखने को मिला?
Yes, sure, sure. I did a course long back, like almost, I guess, 5, 6 months back. Then it's not that we don't know things, we keep learning. But sometimes, you know what, you know about that, but you don't know the short keys. You know, it's really important. All of us are computer users here. So, you know, there's short keys, there are commands and there are short keys. And these courses, there's sometimes there actually works like those short keys. And one of this was note making. So note making is something that is really important, especially for the board classes, because students, they have so much to learn, and then they have to keep that information stored, and then prepare for examination, and then you have to transfer all that information in 3 hours. So it's really important for them to make notes. And when I got to learn about note making, I knew about note making, but I didn't knew the tricks. How can you actually, make students learn about note making? I learned that from this course. So I was really, really excited because I teach grade 10 history and then grade 12 political science. So these two subjects, they actually have so much of content for them to learn. And it has actually helped my students, to arrange their lessons, their notes, making further short notes, and definitely preparing their answers well. And then there's another use of this note making. Whenever I get a substitution class, it's really, it's really hard to, when you have to go for a substitution class, you don't teach that class, but you have to cover complete 40 minutes. You have to engage those students. And it's really important that you engage them well, in a positive manner. You have to leave an impression that, yes, this teacher came here not to manage the time, but to actually help the students. So this note making, it's just a 40-minute session for your students, and it can do wonders for them. Every class. So I really, मैं तो यहाँ पे सबको बोलूँगी कि make sure आप ये कीजिए और इसको एक अपनी tool की तरह use कीजिए. And then there's a short video for picture dictionary. That was also, we used that for our class 9 students. Because वो एक ऐसा phase होता है class 9th के students का, वो middle school की classes से आते हैं, तो वहाँ पे हर चीज़ जो है information थोड़ी थोड़ी होती है, छोटे छोटे answers. और जब वो class 9th में पूछते हैं तो उनके लिए वो इतना हो जाता है, हे भगवान, इतनी बड़ी किताब, और उनका होता है, मैम ये सारे आंसर्स इतने लंबे लंबे, ये हमने करने हैं? हाँ बच्चे, आपने करने हैं. तो पिक्चर डिक्शनरीज इंग्लिश में उनको उनकी वोकैबुलरी को एनहांस करने के लिए वो बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है वो. सो मैं यही बोलूँगी कि ये दो चीज़ें हमने एक्चुअली अप्लाई की हैं, एंड दे हैड एक्चुअली ब्रॉट अस रिजल्ट्स.
हम कोशिश करते रहेंगे आपकी लिस्ट बढ़ती ही चली
Yeah,
जाए.
sure. That would be great. That would be awesome. Thank you.
Sweetie ma'am, would you like to share something?
I would like to add here one of my experiences where I had to conduct one activity for the math club in my school. So a day before, I watched this video on creating tangram puzzle pieces. So I knew how to use tangram pieces to form a shape like a clown or a man, but I did not know how to create these tangram pieces. And how beautifully they connected tangram pieces to teach fractions, area, different types of triangle, quadrilateral, spatial understanding. It was amazing. So I conducted this activity in my class, and children thoroughly enjoyed it, and they loved to make these tangram pieces in the class, and they form these shapes themselves. So it was really great.
थैंक यू. श्रुति मैम, मैं आपसे एक सवाल और पूछना चाहती हूँ. आपने बोला कि ये ऐप जो है बहुत इनक्रेडिबल है, राइट? अब इस इनक्रेडिबल ऐप को यूज़ करने के लिए समय भी चाहिए, बट टीचर्स आर ऑलवेज हैविंग लॉट ऑफ वर्क. So how do you manage your time? How do you get time to actually be and do this learning on the Teacher app?
Yeah, it is actually very challenging as a teacher to find time. Um, older times maybe were different, but now it is actually very difficult to find time. But I believe these courses are very thoughtfully designed, that each course contain 3 to 4 sections, and each section takes 30 minutes to complete it. So, and these videos are really very engaging. And as it involves elements like MCQs and match the following, which keeps you actively involved. So I feel taking out 30 minutes per day for your professional and personal growth is totally worth it. Anybody can incorporate this much time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Joshi, I want to really understand, जब हम प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं तो NEP का नाम हर जगह पे जुड़ता है ना? The number of hours of professional development that a teacher has to go through, and as a principal, आपके लिए वो भी एक चैलेंज है. लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है कि एक ICT स्किल का या टेक्नोलॉजी का ऐड होना क्या सच में प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट में हेल्प करेगा?
प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट अर्थात टीचर्स का व्यावसायिक विकास, जिसके लिए आज जैसे मैडम ने बोला कि टाइम ही नहीं है. अगर टाइम ही नहीं है तो टाइम बदल भी गया. नई से नए नवाचार हो रहे हैं, इनोवेशंस हो रहे हैं, नए ट्रेंड्स हो रहे हैं, नई टेक्निक्स आ रही हैं. अगर हमारा टीचर उससे अपडेटेड नहीं होगा तो वो समाज के साथ, वो शिक्षा के साथ नहीं जुड़ पाएगा. सबसे बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजी का जो कार्यक्रम चल रहा है उससे फ़ायदा हो रहा है टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस. जहाँ एक और शिक्षण में सुधार हो रहा है वहाँ हमारा अधिगम भी बढ़ रहा है. हर चीज़ अपडेटेड है. और थैंक्स टू टीचर ऐप कि जहाँ इतनी सारी चीज़ें एक साथ एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर हमें मिल रही हैं, जहाँ हम नई से नई चाहे वो आपका पेडागॉजी है या करिकुलम है, अदरवाइज ये असाइनमेंट है या और भी कुछ हमारी मेंटरशिप प्रोग्राम्स हैं, उन सभी के लिए हमें टेक्नोलॉजी आज बहुत हेल्पफुल है. आप देखिए कि कक्षाओं के अंदर ना केवल ICT कंप्यूटर एज ए सब्जेक्ट हम पढ़ा रहे हैं. अगर हम इस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ मिलकर नहीं चलेंगे तो हम कैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे? हमारे घर से लेके स्कूल तक, शिक्षा तक, कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं है जहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी काम नहीं आ रही है. तो टेक्नोलॉजी सचमुच में शिक्षकों का व्यावसायिक विकास करने में पूरी तरह से सक्षम है. और आपने बात की राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की, जो चाइल्ड सेंटर्ड अर्थात बाल केंद्रित है, बिल्कुल है, जहाँ गेमिफिकेशन एक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले कर रहा है. ये गेमिफिकेशन हमें टेक्नोलॉजी से और भी ज़्यादा आसान बना रहा है. अब हमें किसी भी विषय को पढ़ाने में, बेशक से वो मैथ्स हो या साइंस, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है. थैंक यू सो मच.
चंद्रमान सर, आप कुछ ऐड करना चाहेंगे इसमें?
मैम, आधुनिक जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, ICT लैब हैं, मैं मेरे राजस्थान के बारे में बता रहा हूँ. हमारे यहाँ कुछ स्कूलों में, विशेषकर महात्मा गांधी गवर्नमेंट सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल हैं जिसमें इंग्लिश मीडियम है, उनमें कंप्यूटर्स ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में लगाए गए हैं. बच्चे ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में थोड़ा कंप्यूटर के बारे में कम जानते हैं. वहाँ अपन एयरटेल भारती ने, उन ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में एयरटेल भारती ने गर्मियों की छुट्टियों में जो स्कूल की छुट्टियां आती हैं उसमें बहुत बड़ा सहयोग दिया है. एयरटेल भारती के जो व्यक्ति हैं, जो विद्यालयों में काम कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने उस टेक्नोलॉजी पर ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में घर घर जा कर के बच्चों को एकत्रित करके विद्यालय में ला कर के उनको इस टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बताया है. नई जो ICT लैब हैं, नया आज के युग में सारा जो सिस्टम है वो टेक्नोलॉजी पर डिपेंड है. पूरा सिस्टम आप घर से चलते हो, मैं घर से चला हूँ, पूरा टेक्नोलॉजी मोबाइल में है. कहाँ रुकना है, कहाँ रुकना है. पहले पुरानी जो नीतियाँ थीं, पुराना सिस्टम था, वो ख़त्म हो गया, टेक्नोलॉजी पर डिपेंड हो गया है. जितना जितना देश की टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ेगी उतना देश का विकास होता जाएगा. इसी प्रकार स्कूलों में टेक्नोलॉजी का है. एक शिक्षित, हमारे राजस्थान सरकार ने लगभग सभी सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूलों में नई एलईडियाँ ला दी हैं। अगर कोई टीचर्स नहीं आता है, कोई टीचर छुट्टी पे है, तो उसकी मिशन ऐप जो राजस्थान सरकार ने चलाया है, मिशन ऐप पे जैसे पॉलिटिकल साइंस का टीचर नहीं आया तो पॉलिटिकल साइंस का जो चैप्टर पढ़ाना है, कंप्यूटर ऑपरेटर जाएगा, उसको लेसन लगाएगा, बच्चा अच्छी तरह से सीखेगा। उस ऐप पे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमारे गवर्नमेंट के टीचरों ने ही उस ऐप को तैयार किया गया है और छोटी क्लास से लेके, प्राइमरी से लेके और 12th तक राज्य सरकार ने हिंदी मीडियम और इंग्लिश मीडियम पे उस पर काम किया है। और दोनों ही विषय के अतिरिक्त, सब्जेक्ट के अतिरिक्त राज्य सरकार ने जो अपनी परीक्षाओं से संबंधित तैयारी हैं, नीट है, जेई है, काफ़ी उन पे सिलेबस डाला भी है। मिशन ऐप जो चलाया गया है राजस्थान सरकार ने, तो उस पर बहुत टेक्नोलॉजी बच्चों के लिए बहुत एक वरदान है। गरीब बच्चे जो हैं, जो नहीं जा सकते, अच्छे अच्छे नीट जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट कोई भी कंपटीशन एग्जाम में जाएं तो वहाँ बहुत मोटी रकम की फीस ली जाती है, तो उसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। मिशन ऐप डाउनलोड करिए और अपना सब कुछ मिलेगा उसमें। जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो भी शिक्षित सब्जेक्ट से संबंधित तैयारी करनी है, जिस कंपटीशन में जाना है, जिस क्षेत्र में जाना है, उस क्षेत्र का पूरा सिस्टम दिया हुआ है।
यानी कि आप ये बात कह रहे हैं कि अगर बच्चों तक पहुंचना है तो एक टीचर को तो 100% टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ आना
ही जरूरी है। बगैर टेक्नोलॉजी के हर चीज़ संभव नहीं है। मतलब पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा और सीखना ही पड़ेगा। पढ़ना भी पड़ेगा और पढ़ के फिर सिखाना भी पड़ेगा। पढ़ना और पढ़ाना दोनों चीज़ ही महत्वपूर्ण है। टीचर्स को बिल्कुल प्रिपेयर होकर जाना है। मैं जैसे क्लास में जाता हूँ तो उससे एक दिन पहले तैयारी कर लेता हूँ कि मुझे कल क्या पढ़ाना है। मैं संस्कृत का शास्त्री हूँ
सर, और ये भी हो सकता
तो मैं संस्कृत की बुक लेके नहीं जाता। मुझे श्लोक क्या पढ़ाना है वो मुझे याद है, तो मैं जाके, मेरे टीचर भी, मैं जैसे एमए किया है इंग्लिश से और संस्कृत से, तो मेरे गुरु ने आज तक कभी बुक हाथ में नहीं ली। संस्कृत के उन सर को करीब 2-2.5 हज़ार श्लोक याद हैं। वो ऐसे बोलते थे कि इतने पेज पर इतना श्लोक, और सटाके से बोला। और बहुत अवज्ञानम शाकुंतलम पुस्तक हुआ करती थी, उसमें करीब बहुत श्लोक हैं, 700-800। तो कभी बुक का हाथ में नहीं लेकर के संस्कृत जैसे सब्जेक्ट को।
सर चंदवान सर, बेसिकली आप ये भी कह रहे हैं कि एक टीचर का कितना इम्पैक्ट बच्चों पर होता है। सो वी मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन सर, इन पॉसिटी ऑफ टाइम, बट हम आपसे ज़रूर सुनेंगे बाहर चल के यहाँ से। The last question, I think, that goes for all of you. See, we are launching our app, but technology has to improve. Things have to improve. The teacher app has to improve. What else would you like to see on the teacher app?
While it's a perfect app for teachers, even then I would like to suggest some things. मेरे हिसाब से उसके अंदर कुछ और भी होना चाहिए, जैसे कि टीचर्स को हेल्प हो सके। How to prepare student profile and portfolios, how to prepare their assignments, how to plan their lessons, how to prepare their projects, and one more important thing, there should be some personalized or customized quizzes for students. I think these would be very beneficial for all. It's all.
Yes, I totally agree with मैम कि कुछ ऐसा मटेरियल होना चाहिए जो हम डाउनलोड कर सकें, जैसे क्विजेज हो सकते हैं, वर्कशीट्स हो सकते हैं। एज आई सॉ, मैंने देखा, सो आई वाज रियली हैप्पी, ओके इट्स हैपनिंग। सो वर्कशीट्स, क्विजेज, क्योंकि वो एक्चुअली दैट इज़ द प्रैक्टिकल साइड ऑफ ऐप, क्योंकि हमें अल्टीमेटली स्टूडेंट्स तक पहुंचाना है। जो हम सीख रहे हैं हमें स्टूडेंट्स तक पहुंचाना है, तो ये प्रैक्टिकल साइड है। अगर हम वो कर पाएँ तो दैट विल बी ग्रेट। उसके अलावा मैं ये कहूँगी कि वी ऑल नो, हम सब टीचर्स हैं, हम ट्रेंड हैं, बट एवरी पर्सन कम्स विद अ सेट ऑफ स्किल्स। मैं जो एक सब्जेक्ट बहुत अच्छे से किसी बच्चे को कोई कॉन्सेप्ट समझा सकती हूँ, शायद मैम जो है मेरे को दूसरा सब्जेक्ट जो है वो मैं नहीं कर पाऊँगी, पर ये टॉपिक वो बहुत अच्छे से कवर कर सकती हैं। सो अगर टीचर फोरम जैसा कुछ उसमें मैम ऐड हो सके तो दैट विल बी ऑसम, बिकॉज वो रीचेबिलिटी जो है वो बढ़ जाएगी. आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि एक क्लास में जो बच्चा बैठा है वो भारत के एक कोने से छोड़ के दूसरे कोने के किसी टीचर का एक्सपीरियंस जो है वो शेयर कर पा रहा है. तो दिस इज़ नॉट ओनली नॉलेज स्प्रेडिंग, बट दिस इज़ स्किल्स. उनका जो फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस है वो बच्चों का उन टीचर से हो सकता है. सो मैं ये कहूँगी येस, इफ़ दैट कुड हैपन, great, icing on the cake. Sure.
Sweetie ma'am.
Yeah, I agree with Sukhvinder ma'am. Having a collaborative platform for the teachers for discussing challenges with today's generation, to seek advice from experts or from their peers will be very helpful.
सो तो 4C की बात आपने पूरी कर ही दी है. हमें खुशी है ये जानकर, बिकॉज ऐसी चीज़ें हैं ऑलरेडी हमारे ऐप पर. अभी फंक्शनल नहीं हुई है, बट द टीचर फोरम इज़ ऑलरेडी देयर, क्विजेज एंड एवरीथिंग इज़ ऑलरेडी देयर. और आपसे मिलने के बाद में हम ये बिल्कुल कह सकते हैं कि अगर एक टीचर खड़ी है और सच में खड़ी है और लर्निंग आगे करती जा रही है, तो फिर इस देश को चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So, thank you so much, everyone, once again, for taking out time and being here with us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anshu. This was a very informative panel, and we certainly learn from the stakeholders who matter most. Would you, could you just wait? I request you to now kindly felicitate our teachers with a small token of our appreciation. Launched in 2017, the Bharti Airtel Foundation's Convoke has evolved from a collaborative platform for knowledge sharing into an annual national symposium for teachers and head teachers. Its primary goal is to cultivate an aptitude for research, particularly action research, empowering educators to investigate and refine their teaching practices. This fosters continuous improvement and innovation in the classrooms and allows us to explore best practices and share valuable lessons learned from schools and educators from across the country. For this session, using research to impact classroom learning, I wish to invite the winners of Convoke to come to the stage and share their experiences. On the panel, we will request Ms. Tanupriya Sharma, Ms. Namrata Sharma, Ms. Sharmila Begum, and Rupa Borikar to please come on the stage. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Let me introduce the panel to you. Tanupriya Sharma, Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, New Delhi. Her paper. So let me first introduce the moderator for the session. May I please call Binu Nair, our Chief Program Operations, to join us? Thank you. So I'm just going to introduce the panelist. Ms. Tanupriya Sharma, Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, New Delhi. Her paper on enhancing learning experiences through the use of EdTech was submitted for Convoke 2024. She is an ardent educator with over 16 years of experience. Tanu has earned badges of School Innovation Ambassador, AICTE, Microsoft Innovative Educator, Expert, and Adobe Creative Director. She has also acted as a CBSE resource person, mentored projects on design thinking and innovation. Along with her is Namrata Sharma. GHSS Jammu Kashmir, Government High School, Government Kashmir. She submitted a paper on the significance of life skills education and its impact on child's growth and development, a case study. Her 14 years of experience, she has also acted as the DNO of the Life Skills Project, DNO of Suvida Sarthi, and recently DNO of the Eco Club. She is also a member of the guidance and counseling cell in her school. Along with her, we have Sharmila Begum, a math teacher from a government high school in Tamil Nadu. She submitted a paper called A Novel Approach to Teaching Time Measurement in Class 6 Mathematics. She is dedicated to making mathematics a desirable subject, and in her endeavor to do so, she incorporates stories, games, and educational apps in her classrooms. She has also worked as the State and Director Resource Person for SCERT and DIET, preparing question papers for competitive exams and developing modules for mathematics exercises. And finally, we have with us Rupa Borikar. She has joined us from Maharashtra. Her paper, Schools on Wheels, was awarded the first prize at Convoke 2022. An educationist with over 12 years' experience, she is currently working as the principal of Eklavya Model Residential School, Ramtek. She is deeply passionate about inclusive education and tribal education and has worked towards empowering marginalized communities, especially in Maharashtra. Binu, you have about 30 minutes for this session, and the last 5 minutes will be open for questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Sami. And you put me in a lot of nervous because such a rich experience with me on the dais. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind once again, and thank you for joining us on this occasion. I'm really happy and privileged to have such an esteemed and enriched panel with us who will, in the next 30 minutes, share their experience. Also, I'm equally happy that we have in large number present over here our future educators. I'm sure these sessions and discussion are going to motivate them. So I wanted to actually, request everyone to please have a huge round of applause for, our future educators. They are the pillars, and you will realize that a lot of learning happens beyond classroom, and that's what Convoke is all about. There was a time, I think maybe around 12-15 years back, we were traveling in a place called Barmer in Rajasthan, and Sandeep, our regional head, must be here somewhere in the crowd. We were walking into a school to meet the principal, and usually what happens when you walk up to the office, you'll expect the principal will be in the office, and then you'll go and greet him and meet him. And then we went to the school and then said, principal साहब कहाँ हैं? तो बोले तो बाहर हैं. कहाँ हैं? बोले उधर मैदान में चले जाइए, आपको वहाँ मिलेंगे. तो हम लोग चले, मैं और संदीप. तो प्रिंसिपल साहब मैदान में एक बगीचे के अंदर कीचड़ से लते हुए पूरे, बच्चे उनके साथ, बच्चे भी सारे कीचड़ में लते पुते सारे खड़े हुए हैं. और संदीप ने कहा सर वो नायर साहब आए आपसे मिलने. हाँ जी नायर साहब आ जाओ आप भी अंदर, गड्ढा खोदते हुए मीटिंग कर लेते हैं. What I realized that the principal and the students of the school together were actually creating a garden for the school. And that was such a lovely, view for me. And that's the time when we thought, how do we create a place for such field experiences to, give them a platform where they can share such learnings. And that's how we came out with this platform of Convoke many years back, as Samin shared. And the basic idea was to share or turn the theory into practice. And that's what we're gonna do in our session today. So we have 30 minutes. I will request each one of you to, take 3 to 4 minutes at max to respond to the question, so that जो आप बिंदु कह रहे हैं उसमें power भी रहे और point भी रहे, and we stay focused. And maybe we'll have 5 to 7 minutes at the end to take up any questions from the audience. Fine. So we have entire India with us today, pretty much. So maybe I'll start with Jammu. शीर्ष से शुरू करते हैं, ठीक है मैम? So नम्रता जी, आपका बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस रहा है लाइफ स्किल्स के ऊपर, and you've been advocating for the cause of life skills, whereas on the one side of academics we talk about 2+2 and we are not reaching the FLN challenges, so which is equally important. But what inspires you really to focus on the issue of life skills, and tell us some effective ways through which we can integrate life skills into regular curriculum. Over to you, ma'am. 3 to 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Sir, as the life skill definition itself suggests that these are the set of abilities that help the people to solve their problems of their lives and navigate through all aspects of their lives. This definition itself inspires me to uh, teach the students life skills so that they can do better in their life. Moreover, the universities, great universities like WHO and UNICEF, they time to time, they study and they find out in their studies that how life skills are important for the children. This also inspires me a lot. Their studies have shown that the life skills, the students who are taught life skills can perform better in their life, and I also want my students to touch great heights. So this also inspires me a lot to teach life skills and inculcate life skills in the life of the students. Moreover, how to incorporate the life skills in the curriculum. If I go through this question, I found that our Indian education style has always been incorporated the life skill from many a days from the past history. We have seen that whether we are doing the children, we are made children to do assembly, or we are taking care of their uniform, whether it is ironed or not, whether the nails are trimmed, whether they are participating in other activities also, it's also a part of their life skill. Moreover, sports activities, competitions, we can say that the group discussions, quizzes, they are also been a part of the life skills. But what we need is that we must find that the life skill which we are teaching the students, whether they are able to put use in their lives or not, whether they are inculcating or whether they are helping them to find out their problems of their lives, or they can solve their problems of the real world situations. This is very, very important. As the NEP 2020 has come, I hope that this life skill education, or the gap which is between the imparting the life skill to the students and the extent the life skill students are put to use can be bridged. So these life skills can be inculcated in the curriculum itself. It should not be a different subject that we can teach the students that this is the life skill, and how to incorporate, we can incorporate by performing, by giving them the different activities, and by giving the activities, we can tell them these are the life skill that you use in this particular activity. So the life skill must be incorporated in a curriculum, in a classroom itself.
Very wise.
We can use a different ways to inculcate this in a classroom, house-wise activities we can perform. We can ask them to work together in a group. So collaboration, group discussions, their interpersonal relationship, they all develop because of this. So
yeah,
that's all.
So I think the important point is please, first the audience. The important point is to make it part of the curriculum and not, making it a separate thing, integrating it with everything that happens inside and outside the classroom. And I'm sure, I'm also a very big proponent of life skill, because I think if that's not there, some of us will be out of business. So thank you, Namita ma'am, and we will come back to you. So, अब शीर्ष से थोड़ा नीचे आते हैं हम, जम्मू से दिल्ली की तरफ रुख करते हैं. और मैम, इससे पहले चंद्रभान जी ने भी अपने सेशन में कहा कि देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी अगर नहीं आती है तो सीखना तो पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अब टाइम ऐसा है कि सम डिग्री वी विल हैव टू यूज़ टेक्नोलॉजी, वेदर उसका हम सदुपयोग या दुरुपयोग हमारे हाथ में है. और कुछ उदाहरण सुने हमने कि कैसे उसका सदुपयोग किया जा सकता है जहाँ टीचर नहीं है, जहाँ पे वैकेंसीज हैं. So, and you've been, doing a lot of initiatives around EdTech and finding solutions. So in your experience, how EdTech solutions are helpful for teachers and integrating technology into their classrooms? Any difficulties that you foresee that we can take back as a learning from your experience? Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Where the very first important point is that technology is the need of an hour. And we all realized it the most after COVID, I suppose. When all of us, we had nothing else to interact with our students except the technology. Had we not learned it then, it would have been a different scenario altogether. So the most important thing is that how, and NEP 2020, as we talk about, it is very imperative to understand how technology impact and help in moving ahead the goals of and meeting the goals of NEP 2020. All the important 21st century skills, as we talk about learning skills, life skills, literacy skills, all of it is possible because we have been able to integrate technology in the classroom. And as I'm the advocate of technology a lot, I'm a biology person. I teach biology to the 9th to 12th standard. And in today's time, as we talk in biology, especially, I would like to take an example. The dissections are not, they are prohibited. Now, they are not in the syllabus, you can't do it. And unless you have some simulations available to make them actualize the experience in the virtual world, they would not be able to understand what it is all about. You talk about anatomy, the human 3D structure. So there are several, in fact, plethora of applications which are available that provide a kind of empowerment, not to the teachers, but also to the students. They can go back to technology. The teachers in the class itself can refer to different means. And also at the same time, those students who are not in the classroom, they don't have even laboratory in their classrooms, but they can actually use the resources using the application. So I'm a very big advocate of that. And during the research, it was quite evident with the students when we did the qualitative, quantitative study that the students said the misconceptions which they have. In fact, teachers also have a lot of misconceptions. So how would we be able to understand? It's not easy to be able to get through the forum where we are interacting well, but when we have a virtual forum where we interact with a lot of teachers, come across with the kind of problems that heterogeneous group of students are facing, I think this is the best way to do it. At the same time, students they could solve their difficulties. They could feel that this technology helps them and empower them to deal with and to equip them with future career opportunities also. And that's why I think it is very important and it is the need of an hour altogether. The difficulties, as you asked, definitely curriculum coverage, because there is a particular time, paucity of time, as we also have paucity of time right now. So paucity of time is definitely there, and within that time frame, you have to come across, make the students and transact the curriculum, transact the learning to the students, and that's what is a challenge. So with technology, along with that, the internet, the availability of devices, that is also one of the challenge. And subject-specific technological training, which I strongly feel that there are resources for the students also and for the teachers. So what is this exactly subject-specific training that needs to be provided? And thanks to the apps, one of the apps, like TeacherApp, during the research, I had come across the app and it has wonderful features that has already been detailed and explained. Definitely, this is like pedagogy, science, mathematics, languages, and co-curricular aspect also, which not only help the teachers, also the learners. So I strongly feel that technology is important and we have to come across the challenges that we have. And I think in this manner, we'll just grow ahead and empower ourselves and our learners.
So thank you. So I think what you touched upon is that, it's not only the academic or the scholastic side of, learning. Technology can also intervene in life skills or when it comes to the post-scholastic areas, which
Absolutely,
are equally important.
sir.
Thank you. And now let's move a little, from Delhi to Maharashtra. And we have a, educator, she has moved beyond the boundary of classroom, and at the time of pandemic, she rolled out an initiative on, school on wheels. So, Rupa ma'am, how has been your approach on schools on wheel, especially to connect, children from tribal communities to education during the pandemic? And do you see, and with that experience, do you see a technology app or a technology, tool can play a role to make education possible for children in such far-flung areas? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you for putting this real research question in front of me. What actually a real life experience mean. So first of all, thank you so much, Bharti Airtel Foundation, for giving us this honor and privilege to sit here as a panelist. I don't want to miss out the name. Sorry, I'm taking few seconds with due respect. Sameen ma'am, Abha ma'am, and Anthony sir. What they have done during the convoke was priceless for me. And with that, this is how we find a way out. And respected all the educationists, our very active, smart, beautiful, dynamic future educators. Yeah, because energy should not be missed, and I cannot resist myself as a principal. In the assembly, the energy booster sometimes comes from us. What we missed out after national anthem was Bharat Mata Ki, Bharat Mata Ki, Bharat Mata Ki. So real India lies in the rurals, in the remote part of our country. And in a dark tunnel, we always find a way out to reach out the hill. For me, the dark part was the pandemic, COVID-19. Because Eklavya Model Residential Schools are second home for tribal children, the marginalized and the vulnerable, but they are very special and close to my heart. We cannot say them vulnerable. I think we all are vulnerable in one or the other sense. Yes, there are some deplorable situations wherein tribals are being marginalized in our country. But during COVID-19, I thought the loss of school education will be double for my kids. And that was ringing in my head. So something needs to be done. Because access to network is not available in every part of our country. There is digital divide in urban and rural areas. As urban kids may have access to internet and connectivity, and they are smart enough to get the technology by itself. But for rural kids or the tribal children, it was really very difficult. So again, the thought was कि if children cannot reach to school, why not school reach to these kids? जब पहाड़ मोहम्मद के पास नहीं आ सकता तो मोहम्मद पहाड़ के पास जाएगा, कौन सी बड़ी बात है? So I put for this thought in front of my teachers and my team. I told them कि shall we find some inclusive approach wherein we can mitigate this social exclusion of children with their peers and their teachers? So earlier the teacher said कि ma'am COVID है, हमें तो कोई इंश्योरेंस भी नहीं है, कुछ हो गया तो मैंने कहा इंश्योरेंस तो किसी का नहीं है, यू कैन नॉट गारंटी योर ओन लाइफ आफ्टर अ मिनट और टू, सो व्हाई डोंट वी टेक अ रिस्क? So we started with an initiative, School on Wheels, which actually was an initiative or an approach of Eklavya Model Residential School to make a reach out to tribal students. So we can say school to their home steps, okay? So to their doorsteps. So we make a reach out to their home. We have conveyed formal education and we have intermixed with informal education. We conducted assemblies in front of their village. So students came out with the mask, and we started with the assemblies, then we started with informal education, active learning, engagement, participation, and we started the whole collaboration. So the whole idea was to bring the school to the doorstep of tribal students and to assist school reintegration.
Very nice. Let's clap for her.
The other part of the question, as you said, about the teacher app, as I said, there is digital divide in our country. So I think sensitization of technology is really, really very important in all the parts of our country. And this community is really very poor in the sensitization of the technology. So like I take an initiative of School on Wheels,
So I also request the foundation to take an initiative of technology on wheels, so that all this, people across our country should get access to technology, and that will surely will make a difference, because अभाव में भी प्रभाव डालना ये हमारा स्वभाव होना चाहिए, and that we have already done. So last but not the least, हम तो यही बोलेंगे कि we have to never give up on the things. बिगड़ी हुई बात फिर से बन सकती है, मुरझाई हुई कली दोबारा खुल सकती है, हौसला रख, अपने इरादे ना बदल, तकदीर किसी रोज भी बदल सकती है. Thank you so much.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Ruba ma'am. And I think initiatives like these are the inspiration for us to, create this platform called Convoke, because, a teacher sitting in Maharashtra or Badmer or Jharkhand, how would they get a platform to raise the, the initiatives and the efforts they are making? So wonderful. And, that's now the feather on the cap. It's not on the top, but, down south, we have Sharmila ma'am, joining us from Tamil Nadu. And she has been making a lot of, experiential learning platforms for children, especially when it comes to basic concept of mathematics like measurement. And, we have also learned from your approaches, ma'am. So how would you, address the common difficulties students face in learning, especially in concepts of basic mathematics like measurement? And can you suggest some tools that can support this approach, especially for the young educators we have here in the audience?
थैंक यू सर. अनेवरकम वनक्कम सर. मेरा अप्रोच है गोल्स पेडागॉजी. वो किसी का कॉपीराइट नहीं, खुद मैं ही डिवाइस की थी. 18 ईयर से मैं मैथ्स टीचर हूँ. उसमें बच्चों ने मैथ्स अलग रखते हैं, रियल लाइफ अलग रखते हैं, और वो मैथ्स बहुत टफ समझते हैं. आफ्टर कोविड इस इश्यूज़ ने सभी बहुत बढ़ गया, और इन क्लासरूम में हम ट्रेडिशनल टीचिंग मेथड में टीच करते समय क्लासरूम में सभी वैरायटी के स्टूडेंट्स को मैं रीच नहीं सकी. उसलिए क्लासरूम में कितने वैरायटी है, सब स्टूडेंट्स को हम इनक्रॉप करके हमारे टीचिंग मेथडोलॉजी में अंदर लगाना ज़रूरी है. उसलिए ये गोल्स पेडागॉजी ने डिवाइस की थी. और इस पेडागॉजी मुझे किसने सपोर्ट किया, इसमें मैं ली थी, टॉपिक था टाइम मेजरमेंट्स. ये टाइम मेजरमेंट्स ने कन्वर्शन है ना, एक यूनिट से दूसरे यूनिट के, वहाँ स्टूडेंट्स बहुत सफ़र होते थे, और उनको रियल लाइफ में जुड़ाने भी वो बहुत सफ़र होते थे. इस दो इशू के लिए इस रिसर्च ने स्टेप ली थी, और इसका मदद हुआ क्या, आफ्टर दिस अप्लाई करने पेडागॉजी अप्लाई करने के बाद मेरा क्लासरूम ने ट्रांसफॉर्म हुआ. टीचर सेंटर्ड टू स्टूडेंट सेंटर्ड क्लासरूम ही बदल गया, क्योंकि इस गोल्स पेडागॉजी में खुद मेरा पार्ट तो कम हो गया. ट्रेडिशनल मेथड में था, मैं खुद बकती थी और खुद ब्लैक बोर्ड के पास रहती थी. अभी इसमें बच्चे सब टीचर बन गए थे. उसमें पहला G स्टैंड्स फॉर गोल्स, O स्टैंड्स फॉर ऑब्जर्वेशन, A स्टैंड्स फॉर एप्लीकेशन नॉलेज, L फॉर द लॉजिक्स एंड S फॉर द स्टोरीज, G स्टैंड्स फॉर द गेम्स. इसमें क्लॉक के टाइम मैकेनिज्म जानने के लिए टिक टॉक टाइम एडवेंचर, और रेलवे टाइम का कन्वर्शन के लिए एक इमेजिनरी ट्रेन बच्चे ही बने गए थे, बच्चे ही ड्राइवर बन गए, बच्चे ही ट्रेन बन गए. सब कुछ बच्चे ने किए थे. जब वो ट्रेन में घूमते हैं तब रेलवे टाइम बताना, वो नीचे उतरते हैं तब ऑर्डिनरी टाइम बताना. गेम के वजह से वो सब कुछ सीख लेते थे. नेक्स्ट था ऑब्जर्वेशन था. ऑब्जर्वेशन में बच्चे ने एक शेडो ऑब्जर्व करना का उनको टास्क दिया था. शेडो का लेंथ, अर्ली मॉर्निंग सनराइज और सनसेट का, स्कूल को कब आते हैं कब जाते हैं, ये सब. इसमें टाइम यूनिट्स भी उसका डिनोट करने का सब कुछ वो जान लेते थे. इसमें पेरेंट्स भी बोले थे उन्होंने सुबह सुबह उठने का, और एक लाइफ स्किल भी उसमें बढ़ गया था. नेक्स्ट था एप्लीकेशन. इसमें बच्चे ने कैलेंडर बनाना था, लीप ईयर कैलेंडर और रेलवे टाइम कैलेंडर, ऑर्डिनरी कैलेंडर, सब कुछ बच्चे बताना था. इसमें टाइम रिले का गेम भी दी थी. उसमें बच्चे खुद उन्हों ही गेम बनाना है, उन्हों ही खेलना है, लेकिन वो टाइम यूनिट्स की वजह से बच्चे ही सब कर लेते थे. नेक्स्ट था लॉजिक. एवरी मैथ्स कंटेंट है, सब लॉजिक्स है ना, वो लॉजिक में हम बहुत स्ट्रेंथन करना है. उसलिए उनको वर्कशीट्स ने दी थी, वह वर्कशीट्स ने बच्चे सब लॉजिक स्टेप बाय स्टेप सीख गए थे. लास्ट था स्टोरीज. ये स्टोरीज में हम टीच करने के बाद बच्चे खुद उन्हों ही उनकी ओन स्टोरीज टाइम मेजरमेंट को इंटीग्रेट करके बच्चे ने बना दिए थे, बच्चे ने प्रेजेंट करे थे. आफ्टर अप्लाइंग दिस गोल्स पेडागॉजी मेरा क्लासरूम बहुत कुछ बदल गया था. बच्चे ने रियल लाइफ को भी जान ले थे, मैथ्स कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत अच्छा पढ़ लेते थे, ज़्यादा इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ था। अब इसमें क्या है कि बच्चे के पास हम ज़्यादा टाइम रहते ना, उसमें बच्चे के डाउट्स रहते थे ना, वो ही हमारे पर्ल्स है, वो ही हमारे हॉटस्पॉट है। कहाँ हम हॉटस्पॉट मिलते हैं वहाँ इनोवेशन पैदा है। सो आप सब फ्यूचर टीचर्स होना, आप क्लासरूम में जाना, वो हॉटस्पॉट फाइंड आउट करना, हॉटस्पॉट को हंट करना, वहाँ पे इनोवेशन पैदा हो जाता है। थैंक यू फॉर दिस गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन. Thank you. This is the first stage I am speaking in Hindi. I am not good in Hindi. Thank you so much.
Very good, very good. Now you can, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the passion in each one of them. You know, it is not the learning which happens with chalk and board only inside the classroom. You see the experience and, you know, each of the intervention, it takes beyond classroom, and that's where the real learning happens, something that we, you know, do in our Satya Bharati schools, which is the real life learning. Thank you for each of the panelists to keep it short. आपके बिंदुओं में सिर्फ पॉइंट ही नहीं, पावर भी उतना ही था. हमारे पास 5-6 मिनट हैं. अगर ऑडियंस में से हमारे किसी भी एस्टीम पैनल्स के लिए किसी के पास कोई प्रश्न हो, मेरे पास काफ़ी हैं जो कि शायद मैं आप लोगों से चाय या लंच के टाइम बात कर लूँगा. बट एनी क्वेश्चंस इमीडिएटली विच कम्स टू योर माइंड, वी हैव मे बी अराउंड 5 minutes. सर.
I'm sorry, I don't have a question, but I just want to start by saying that it was so wonderful to hear all four of you speaking with so much passion and so much intensity and so knowledgeably about each of the things that you all are doing, that it makes people like me feel, you know, extremely honored and happy and filled with hope that with teachers and educators like you, I'm sure that we are going the right way. Huh? Very well done. Thank you so much for all that you told us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that question. We have time for maybe one more question. Yes, ma'am. Please, over to you.
या मेरा क्वेश्चन, मुझे नाम नहीं याद, महाराष्ट्र वाली मैम से, द स्कूल ऑन व्हील्स. मैं ये पूछना चाहूँगी आपसे कि जिस समय आपने ये किया कि प्रॉब्लम तो सभी को आई होंगी, व्हाट वर द मेन डिफ़िकल्टीज़ यू फेस्ड और कैसे आपने उनको बाहर ओवरकम किया उन डिफ़िकल्टीज़ को?
मैम, इसलिए स्कूल ऑन व्हील्स को जो नाम दिया था ना, इट वाज कनेक्टिविटी ड्राइव. सो लॉस ऑफ कनेक्शन, जो कि मैंने बताया कि सेकंड होम था, और उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये था कि आप देखिए, बच्चों का हॉस्टल से लेकर खाने, एकेडमिक, सभी रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल में होता है. और ये एक ऐसे ग्रुप ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स थे, सेट ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स थे हमारे यहाँ, जिनके घर में आप जैसे हम लोग तो मॉर्निंग में वी गिव ब्रेकफास्ट, देन लंच, देन स्नैक्स एंड देन डिनर. ये हमारा एक रूटीन होता है मेन्यू का स्कूल में. लेकिन घर पे तो शायद आम तौर पर एक दाल चावल या बेसन या रोटी ही बनता है गांव में, इसके अलावा कोई मेन्यू नहीं होता है. तो मुझे लगा कि बच्चा अगर 2 साल तक घर में है तो वो तो कुपोषित हो गया होगा. अच्छा, एक क्वेश्चन भी आया था कि मैडम ये तो लाइक दे विल बी हैविंग द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ माल न्यूट्रिशन. हालांकि बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग जवाब दे दिया था. तो मैंने बोला कुपोषित कौन नहीं है, कोई आहार से है तो कोई संस्कार से है.
वेरी गुड.
मैंने कहा ठीक है, कोई नहीं, आई मीन वी विल ओवरकम द सिचुएशन. दूसरी बात थी कि क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं था मैम, कनेक्टिविटी नहीं था, रिमोट एरियाज थे, तो मोबाइल फ़ोन्स भी एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते. चलिए नेटवर्क तो छोड़िए, पेरेंट्स माइग्रेंट लेबर होते हैं. कोविड-19 में इन सबकी जॉब चली गई थी, तो घर पर ही थे ना. पेरेंट्स के पास कुछ था कि वो लाइवलीहुड के लिए कुछ कर सके, बच्चे तो कर ही नहीं सकते थे. सो वी मेक श्योर कि हम लोग इस प्रॉब्लम को मिटिगेट करें. एंड देन टू कर्ब द इश्यूज़ हमने डिपार्टमेंट से बात करी, ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से. एंड देन हमारा स्टेट जो था, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया. स्कूल ऑन व्हील्स उनके लिए एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट रहा, लेकिन आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी कि आफ्टर माई इनिशिएटिव दिस पायलट प्रोजेक्ट टर्न्स इनटू अ मेगा प्रोजेक्ट इनटू महाराष्ट्र, जिसमें डिपार्टमेंट में अनलॉक लर्निंग कल के इनिशिएटिव लिया. और ये अनलॉक लर्निंग पूरे महाराष्ट्र में जितने भी आश्रम स्कूल्स थे ट्राइबल्स के, वो सभी जगह गए. और टीचर्स के लिए एक निकल ही गया था, एक फतवा ही था उनके लिए कि अब आपको जाना ही है, आपको बच्चों से मिलना ही है, क्योंकि दिस इज ब्रिंगिंग अ चेंज इन द लाइफ ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स.
यस, वेरी गुड मैम, वेरी इंस्पायरिंग ऑल्सो.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच.
I can manage maybe one more question in the paucity of time, and I think gentleman is really keen to get response to his query. So over to you. The mic is on your left, sir.
Yeah. Sir, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity and
सवाल
all
को
of
निबंध
you
मत
are
बनाइएगा
जी
सवाल को निबंध मत
नहीं
बनाइएगा
निबंध नहीं बनाऊंगा, सीधे
सवाल
बात
तक ही
करूंगा।
रखिएगा
सर होता क्या है कि जब टीचर को माइक मिल जाता है थोड़ा सा समय ले ही लेता है बच्चों के सामने भूमिका बनाने के लिए।
मैंने
तो बस मैं सीधे अपनी बात पे आता हूँ कि टीचर्स के रूप में हम जो है चौक डस्टर के टीचर से होते हुए हम जो है कीबोर्ड वाले मास्टर साहब भी हो गए हैं। लेकिन मेरे ये एक सजेशन भी है क्योंकि सारे यहाँ फ्यूचर टीचर्स भी बैठे हुए हैं, जब भी हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें, टीचिंग में टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें, तो बच्चों को टीचिंग के ये टेक्नोलॉजी के ड्रॉबैक भी उसके साथ साथ ही बताया जाए ताकि वो उसका सही यूज कर सके। मेरा बस इतना सजेशन है।
बहुत वैलिड पॉइंट, बिल्कुल सही बात कही आपने कि टेक्नोलॉजी का सदुपयोग और दुरुपयोग दोनों बच्चों को सिखाने की बहुत ज़रूरत है। और हमने समय में रहते हुए we've been a good teacher and educator. We followed our time. I think we are finishing on time. But before we conclude, I think, I'm actually, first of all, I'm missing my principal and teacher because, most of the time I was standing outside her office. It's only because of the life skills that I've earned because of teachers like you. Today I'm sitting inside and with educators, accompanying them. And that plays a critical role. मैं बचपन से एक मुहावरा सुनता था, ये आसमान क्यों सर पे उठा रखा है। हम सब सुनते हैं, बात आती है आसमान क्यों सर पे उठा रखा है, आसमान। और कई बार लगता है कि शायद नेगेटिव फॉर्म में हम कहते हैं कि आसमान क्यों सर पे उठा रखा है। बट फॉर द फ्यूचर एजुकेटर्स ये आसमान सर पे उठाना कई बार ज़रूरी है और शायद इनमें से कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स आपके सामने हैं जिन्होंने ये आसमान सर पे उठा रखा है। जिस दिन, क्योंकि आसमान और धरती के बीच में पिलर नहीं होता, जिस दिन ऐसे एजुकेटर्स हमारे बीच में, मैं उम्मीद करूँगा हमेशा रहेंगे और आते रहेंगे, और इन सुपर हीरोज़ की कई जगह जो इनकी वॉइस होती है वो ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं मिल पाते। तो ये जो हमारा एक कॉन्वोक एनुअली जो हम एक माध्यम करते हैं जिससे कि उनको ना सिर्फ अपनी एक प्रतिभा दिखाने का मौका मिले, उनको सपोर्ट भी मिले रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में। सो ऑन दैट नोट आई वुड कंक्लूड दिस पैनल। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर enriching us with the experience. I am sure this would have been a learning for others. And to do the felicitation, can I please have, Kirti, is Kirti here? Or Samin, if you can join me. Kirti, please come. Thank you.
Thank you, Binu, and teachers. It is your research and experiences that help us help teachers and students alike. Because Convoke is very special to me, I'll just add one more line here. All the papers that the teachers presented right now, we have missed the point that all the presentations were based on research and data collected from the field, both qualitative and quantitative, and only that is the reason why they were awarded their prizes for research. Thank you. Moving forward, innovative and engaging pedagogy is essential in modern classrooms as it fosters a dynamic, student-centric learning environment that encourages critical thinking, creative thinking, and active engagement, the life skills we were all talking about. The National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes the importance of innovative pedagogy, advocating for a shift from rote memorization to a more holistic, competency-based approach, and storytelling can play a vital role in this. Storytelling is a powerful pedagogical tool that not only engages students, but also fosters emotional and intellectual growth. Our next session on innovative pedagogies in classrooms sheds light on this aspect. May I invite Dr. Jayashree Sethi, known to the children as the Story Wali, to come up on stage and take us through this session. A warm round of applause for her. Thank you. Dr. Sethi is a passionate and a vivacious storyteller and teacher trainer based in Delhi, India. She has enthralled children across the country with her enthusiasm and animated voice. Innovative and creative, with over 20 years of experience in radio, television, and theatre, she ventured into the world of stories by setting up Story Ghar in 2012. Her keen interest in the pedagogical relevance of storytelling led her to acquire a PhD in education. In her pursuit to help teachers polish their art of storytelling, she published Teachers as Storytellers, a handbook for primary teachers. Presently, she is empaneled with Doordarshan as a TV host, as well as leading government educational institutions such as NCRT, NBT, and is a trainer, resource person, and contributes towards FLN and adult education. She heads Story Ghar and Cheshta Care Foundation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And it was really great listening to such inspiring stories. And before I begin, big thank you to Mamta Saikia ma'am for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you to Amit for the acknowledgement and Anshu for having my back always. My parents named me Jayashree. In the academic arena, they call me Dr. Jayashree. But when I step into a classroom and sit among children, I am simply Story Wali Jayashree. So I would begin my session with a story to set the tone for our journey together. So जब मैं कहानी सुनाऊंगी, तो आप सब भी बच्चे बनेंगे? Right? Because we all have a child inside us. और अगर ये बच्चा जिंदा है, तो एक टीचर का जो क्लासरूम है वो कभी डल और मोनोटनस नहीं हो सकता. इस कहानी में मेंढक हैं. सो मेंढक आवाज कैसे करते हैं? हाँ? टर टर. अच्छा, मेरी कहानी के मेंढक आवाज करते हैं ए आ ए आ. तो हुआ यूं कि एक बार एक जंगल से कुछ मेंढक गुजर रहे थे. अब उन 6 मेंढकों में 2 frogs were really vachal and restless, and they jumped and hopped, and without realizing that the poachers had dug a deep pit, they fall into that deep pit. अब वो गहरे गड्ढे में गिर गए, तो क्या किया होगा? बाहर आने की कोशिश की, और उन्होंने बाहर आने की कोशिश की. गड्ढा गहरा था. By the time they reached the brim, they fall back in. अब क्या हुआ? बाकी के जो 5 मेंढक थे वो आए और उन्होंने देखा कि that there is no chance that they can come out. So it's better and good that they consider this as the last moment of their life and pray to God, भगवान का नाम ले. तो जो बाहर वाले मेंढक थे उन्होंने कहा, अरे मारे जाओ, काहे को कोशिश करते हो, टाइम खाली पीली खोटी, भगवान का नाम ले. But the frogs that were inside, 2 frogs, पहुंचे, गिर जाएं. बाहर वाले मेंढक चिल्लाए जाएं, अंदर वाले मेंढक कोशिश किए जाएं. After half an hour, one of the frogs heard or paid heed to what the other frogs who were standing outside were saying, and he stopped trying and fell flat. But the other frog, ढीठ था, जिद्दी था, kept trying. बाहर वाले मेंढक ने कहा, अरे उसने सुन ली, तू भी सुन ले, मर जा. But this frog didn't pay attention to them. Kept trying. After 3 hours, he finally came out. तो जो बाहर वाले मेंढक थे, उन्होंने कहा, अरे हम इतना जोर जोर से चिल्ला रहे थे, तुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा था. तो जो मेंढक बाहर आया था, उसने कहा,
हैं? सुनाई नहीं देता? मुझे तो लगा तुम कह रहे थे और कोशिश करो और कोशिश करो और कोशिश करो, मैं बाहर आ गया.
So, it's all about the perspective, how we approach a situation. And these perspectives are always or mostly experience driven. जैसा जिंदगी में अनुभव हुआ क्लासरूम में या बाहर, उस एक्सपीरियंस से हमने एक नज़रिया पर्सपेक्टिव बनाया. अब हम इनोवेटिव पेडागॉजीज की बात करते हैं. So I know all of you who have joined us today here, great experience. कुछ pre-service teachers हैं, students हैं. आप लोगों का भी अपना एक अलग नज़रिया, एक सोच है. So ये जो सेशन है, जो 15-20 मिनट का सेशन है, so I urge you all to approach this with an open mind. So if we have an open mind, एक खुला नज़रिया होगा, तो हम ready रहेंगे that to implement these pedagogies in a classroom, we may face some challenges and we may have to push the boundaries. To see how these pedagogies fit in our classrooms or our teaching learning atmosphere, let's look at a wider landscape. So वैसे तो आप सभी जानते हैं, we all know about these domains, right? These are the broad categories that organize learning into specific areas, and they help teachers and educators structure their learning atmosphere in a way that a comprehensive and well-rounded education is made possible. And now within these domains, we have competencies. As Amin ma'am, when she was introducing, she spoke about those competencies. NEP, this is all we know. कि ज़रूरी नहीं है कि एक बच्चा जो क्लासरूम में आ रहा है, स्कूल में आ रहा है, लर्निंग वहीं हो रही है. लर्निंग स्कूल के बाहर भी है, घर में भी है, सोशल एटमॉस्फेयर में भी है. तो करिकुलम के साथ साथ कुछ कॉम्पिटेंसेस, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, लाइफ स्किल्स चाहिए जो एक अच्छा संपूर्ण जीवन जीने में मदद कर सकती हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. So, NEP also says implementing competency-based curriculum. यहाँ पे मैं जब टीचर्स के साथ काम करती हूँ ना, तो कई बार टीचर्स कम एंड से, अरे आप तो थिएटर से हैं, आप स्टोरी टेलर हैं, आपके लिए आसान है, राइट? एंड अरे ये तो बाहर की चीज़ है, इसके लिए हमारे पास टाइम कहाँ है, हमें करिकुलम कंप्लीट करना है, हमारे सर पे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टास्क बहुत सारे हैं. सो मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि अगर आज इस सेशन के बाद, इस पूरे आज के डे लॉन्ग प्रोग्राम के बाद, जब हमारे ये प्री सर्विस टीचर्स घर जाएं, तो अगर वो इस थॉट को लेकर जाते हैं कि दिस इज़ नॉट समथिंग आउटसाइड, दिस इज़ ऑलरेडी एम्बेडेड. अगर हम इसे देखेंगे ये बाहर की चीज़ है, फिर लेकर आना है, तो वाकई में टाइम लगेगा. पर अगर हम ये सोचेंगे तो ऑलरेडी पार्ट ऑफ करिकुलम, पार्ट ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शन है, तो ये कोई बाहर की चीज़ नहीं लगेगी. Okay, so these are the pedagogies: LTMs, stories, toys, drama, games and activities. So, वैसे तो ये सारी की सारी जितनी भी इनोवेटिव पेडागॉजीज हैं, they all can be clubbed together. ये एक दूसरे के डोमेन में जाती भी हैं. कहानी में मैं LTM इस्तेमाल करती हूँ. LTM अपने आप में, कहानी अपने आप में एक LTM है. There are certain props. During the storytelling, I am engaging the children, collaboration is happening and role play is happening. There are activities. तो ये सारी की सारी एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं. You can use all these pedagogies together in a classroom, और आप इन्हें stand alone भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. हमारे पास आधा घंटा है, तो मैंने चुना है storytelling and LTM. So let's see. ये कहानी है जिसमें आप सब पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे. This is a call and action story. Ready? So while sitting there, you will do the actions that I do. You will hear me and copy me. Okay? So once upon a time, there was this man and his name was Chiranji Lal. Right? चिरौंजी लाल woke up. उठिए नींद से. Yes, he brushed his teeth, kissed his wife, opened the gate, walked along the path, walked through the bushes, walked over the bridge, reached the hill, went up the hill, reached the top, called out to his wife, Pushpa, went down the other side of the hill, reached a river, swam across the river, and there he saw a crocodile. He got scared. He swam back across the river, ran up the hill, reached the top, called out to his wife, Pushpa, ran down the hill, walked over the bridge, walked through the long grass, walked along the path, walked through the gate, kissed his wife, and went to his bed, pulled the blanket over, and went back to sleep. That's just a short story. It's a collaborative story, right? Thank you. Now, with this story, we engaged the kids. They are learning, they are participating. Engagement is the buzzword, child-centered education. Now tell me the learning outcomes that you thought this story can transact or help children learn. What could be the objectives? इस कहानी के दौरान और बाद में बच्चा क्या-क्या सीख सकता है? Imagination, yes. Vocabulary, sounds, expressions, kinesthetic, emotions, actions, attention, prepositions, right? हाँ? Because उसका demonstration भी है, कर भी रहे हैं, language भी है. अब एक और कहानी, very quick and short. इस कहानी में भी आपका participation चाहिए, right? So, do you have, if you have got those folders with you that were placed on the seats, open that. There must be a notebook or a pen, right? If I'm not wrong. क्या है उसमें एक notebook और pen? है ना? निकाल लीजिए. So while I tell, I draw here, you draw there on your notebooks. And then you tell me. Give me the answer. ठीक है? सबका हो गया शुरू? Okay. What do you see here? Are you sure it is a dot? Okay, then draw that dot. Make that dot on a piece of paper. Now, these are two dots, or what are these two? Eyes? पक्का? चलिए बनाइए. Who is he? He is a prince. And where do prince and kings live? In a castle or a palace. So this prince also lived in a castle. अब एक दिन जब प्रिंस सोकर उठा तो उसे लगा इंडाइजेशन हो रहा है, वॉक के लिए जाना चाहिए. So he steps out and walks in front of the castle. He keeps walking, walking, walking until he reaches a water body, a lake. And he sees that there's a beautiful island in the lake. So he walks around the lake. हाँ? अब जब थक गया तो उसे लगा कि मुझे वापस आ जाना चाहिए towards my castle. और जब वो castle पे पहुंचा, अरे मैं चाबी तो लाना ही भूल गया.
दरवाजा कैसे खोलूं? Can you tell me where's the key? Is it there or is it in your notebooks as well? This is again a very quick and short story or a parable. So what do you think you can transact during and after this story? Drawing shapes? Just a sec. Yes, sir? Critical thinking? Yes. Creativity? Collaboration? Problem solving? Articulation, communication, and language. Tense. I use simple present tense. अब मैं हिंदी में सुनाऊंगी तो फिर वो आप हिंदी भाषा भी हम सिखा रहे हैं. कहानी क्यों ज़रूरी है? Why do we need to tell stories? How does storytelling helps in transaction? ये हम सब ने पढ़ा है, समझा है, बहुत सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं हमारे पास. पर मैं जब कहानी को देखती हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि कहानी 5 लेवल्स पे 5 स्तरों पर काम करती है. सबसे पहला लिसनिंग, राइट? हम आजकल कहते हैं कि अरे हम इतना समझाते हैं बच्चों को, बच्चे सुनते नहीं हैं. लिसनिंग. नंबर 2, इमेजिनेशन. आप में से जितने भी लोग यहाँ पर प्रेजेंट हैं, पहली कहानी इसमें तो चलिए विजुअल था विच वी ड्रू टुगेदर. पहली कहानी में विजुअल नहीं था, खाली मैं थी और मेरे शब्द थे. तो आप में से कितने लोगों ने कहानी को केवल सुना और कितने लोगों ने कहानी को देखा भी? देखा भी, राइट? सो इमेजिनेशन एंड विजुअलाइजेशन. नंबर 3, जैसे यहाँ से बहुत सारे जवाब आए, वो है हमारा एक्सपीरियंस शेयरिंग. कहानी में बच्चों को सुनाती हूँ और बच्चों से पूछती हूँ तुम्हारे साथ कभी ऐसा हुआ है? And then children come up with their stories. They get to share their experiences. Number 4, critical thinking. Why do you think the lead protagonist in the story acted in this fashion? जो lead protagonist था, उसने ऐसा क्यों किया? Logic, reason, why? Number 4, projection and reflection. आप अगर उसकी जगह होते तो क्या करते? एंड आखिर में क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग. क्या प्रॉब्लम का कोई और सॉल्यूशन हो सकता था? कुड देयर बी अ डिफरेंट एंड ऑफ द स्टोरी? सो जब हम कॉम्पिटेंसीज की बात हमने बिगनिंग में की, NEP भी जब बात करता है कॉम्पिटेंसीज इंटीग्रेटेड करिकुलम एंड एजुकेशन एंड ट्रांजैक्शन की, तो वहाँ पर ये स्टोरीज हेल्प करती हैं. और इन स्टोरीज़ में मेरे पास अगर LTMs हैं, मेरे पास अगर हैंड पपेट है, स्टिक पपेट्स है, मास्क हैं, मैं कॉन्वर्सेशंस को इंक्लूड कर रही हूँ, मैं कोलैबोरेशन कर रही हूँ, रोल प्ले कर रही हूँ, कहानी के दौरान और कहानी के बाद कोई बच्चों से एक्टिविटी करा रही हूँ, तो एक तरीके से मैं LTMs को भी उसके अंदर इंटीग्रेट कर रही हूँ. जो सबसे सुंदर बात होती है वो ये कि यहाँ पर एक टीचर और स्टूडेंट दोनों कोलैबोरेट करते हैं, दोनों मिलकर नॉलेज जनरेट करते हैं. ये नहीं कि मेरे पास सब ज्ञान है और मैं यहाँ बांटने आ गई हूँ. इसी तरीके से अगर हम इन कॉन्वर्सेशंस की बात करें तो ये कॉन्वर्सेशंस एक बहुत बढ़िया रिसोर्स है क्लासरूम में बच्चों के मन को जानने का. सो कभी कभी आई जस्ट गो इन सेशंस बिफोर आई बिगिन माई स्टोरी, आई टॉक टू देम, आस्क देम क्वेश्चंस. बेसिक क्वेश्चन भी होता है कि आज नाश्ते में क्या खाया. एक बार का एक वाक़या बताती हूँ. दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के स्कूल्स में मेरा एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट था जहाँ पर हम क्रिएटिव राइटिंग के सेशंस कराने जाते थे. एंड दीज वर द गर्ल्स जो 9वीं क्लास में थी एंड फर्स्ट जनरेशन लर्नर्स. तो मैंने ऐसे ही पूछा कि ज़िंदगी का सबसे यादगार दिन बताओ. सो देयर वाज दिस गर्ल एंड शी सेड 2 साल पहले दिवाली पर मेरे घर मटन बना था. मेरे लिए वो सबसे यादगार है. सो यहाँ जहाँ हम सबके पेट भरे हुए हैं, हम ऐसे प्रिविलेज्ड बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, उनके लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं होगी. बट अ चाइल्ड जो ऐसे घर से आता है जहाँ पर बारी लगाकर वो सीधा लेटकर सोते हैं, एक कमरे के मकान में 8 लोग रहते हैं, वहाँ पर एक दिन मटन बनना बहुत बड़ी बात है. सो व्हाट डज दिस एक्सपीरियंस टेल्स मी कि आई नो मेरे जो बच्चा है, जो मेरा स्टूडेंट है, वो किस सोच के साथ आ रहा है, उसे मैं कैसे रेफरेंसेस या मेटाफर्स दूं, या उससे मैं किस तरह से समझूं, किस जुबान में मैं उससे बात करूं. और अगर हम टीचर ऐप की बात करते हैं तो मेरा ये सौभाग्य है कि आई गेट टू कंट्रीब्यूट देयर. कुछ शॉर्ट वीडियोस के ज़रिए, वेबिनार्स के ज़रिए मुझे मौका मिला है टीचर फ्रेटर्निटी तक पहुंचने का. और जो सबसे सुंदर बात मुझे टीचर ऐप के बारे में लगती है कि एवरीथिंग विच इज़ अवेलेबल ऑन द टीचर्स ऐप इज़ इन अ कॉन्वर्सेशन मोड. कहानी की और बातचीत की शक्ल में ही सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन है. तो अभी जो आपके और हमारे बीच में हो रहा है, जब आप लंच के ऊपर इसको डिस्कस करेंगे तो वो भी तो एक कहानी होगा. तो जो हो गया वो एक कहानी, जो हो रहा है वो एक कहानी, और जो कल होगा वो भी एक कहानी. एंड आई ऑलवेज बिलीव इन द कोड दैट यू सी ऑन द स्क्रीन कि कहानियों से और इनोवेटिव पेडागॉजी से एक टीचर अपने क्लासरूम में स्टूडेंट्स को इंस्पायर कर सकता है. सो वंस अगेन बिग थैंक यू टू एवरीवन हियर. आपने पेशेंटली सुना. थैंक यू. बिग थैंक यू टू अंशु.
क्या एक और कहानी चलेगी? एक और कहानी चलेगी, क्योंकि डॉक्टर जयश्री आपके साथ में ये छोटी सी चीज के साथ काम नहीं बन पाएगा. जरा एक कहानी जो आपकी फेवरेट हो. Yeah, it's there for you. It's there. मैम, क्या हम एक भीमा गधा सुने? भीमा गधा सुनना चाहिए?
Okay, are you sure? Bhima Gada? Okay. This is one of my favorite stories. भीमा गधा. प्रथम की पुस्तक में ये छोटी सी कहानी है. 8 पन्नों की ये कहानी है. सो एक टीचर उसे रीड आउट भी कर सकती है या फिर उसे ड्रामेटाइज भी कर सकती है. ओके, सो आप सबके दोस्त हैं? कितने दोस्त हैं? 7? बस. ऑनलाइन नहीं. नो इंस्टा फॉलोअर्स, नो एफबी फ्रेंड्स. रियल फ्रेंड्स जिनके साथ पार्क में जाके पोशंपा खेलना चाहोगे. 3, 4, 7, 5. पूरा जामिया. ओके. एक्चुअली मैं भी जामिया से हूं तो मेरा तो एक खास लगाव है. तो पूरा जो जामिया है मेरी पीएचडी जामिया से है. सो गुड टू सी यू ऑल हियर टुडे. मेरा एक दोस्त है, मिलेंगे आप उनसे. उसका नाम है भीमा और वो एक गधा है. गधा आवाज कैसे करता है? नहीं सुनाई दिया मुझे. भीमा गधा पता है कैसे आवाज करता था? भीमा गधा अपनी जिंदगी में बहुत खुश था. बस एक समस्या ये थी कि वो बहुत आलसी था. देर से उठता था, मालिक के पास जाता था, मालिक गुस्से से देखता था और भीमा गधा सो भीमा गधा वन डे थॉट कि ऐसे मैं कब तक देर से उठता रहूंगा और मैं मालिक के पास देर से पहुंचूंगा एंड मालिक वुड लुक एट मी विद एंगर इन हिज आईज और मुझे रोना आ जाएगा. सो वो किसके पास गया होगा हेल्प के लिए? दोस्तों के पास. तो उसका दोस्त था मोती कुत्ता. तो भीमा गधा मोती कुत्ता के पास गया और उसने जाकर कहा, जगा दोगे? तो मोती कुत्ता ने कहा, हाँ जगा दूंगा. अगली सुबह अराउंड 5 AM भीमा गधा वॉज इन अ डीप स्लम्बर. मोती कुत्ता आया और उसने भौंकना शुरू किया. कैसे? हाँ, कैसे? आपने नोटिस किया होगा, एक कुत्ता भौंकता है, सारे भौंकते हैं। अब इतने सारे कुत्ते भौंके, क्या भीमा गधा की नींद खुली? नहीं खुली। देर से उठा, मालिक के पास पहुंचा, मालिक ने गुस्से से देखा, उसे रोना पड़ गया। आपके कितने दोस्त थे? 4-5 थे ना उधर दोस्त। तो भीमा गधा का भी एक और दोस्त था। दोस्त था क्या? थी, और वो थी गौरी गाय। सो भीमा गधा गौरी गाय के पास गया और उसने कहा, जगा दोगे? तो गौरी गाय ने कहा, यस, आई विल वेक यू अप। मॉर्निंग टाइम, अराउंड 5 AM in the morning, भीमा गधा, यस, गौरी गाय आई और उसने रंभाना शुरू किया। कैसे? मॉम। कैसे? मॉम। इधर के लोग, मॉम। गौरी गाय रंभाती रही। क्या भीमा गधा की नींद खुली? नहीं खुली। मालिक के पास पहुंचा, मालिक ने गुस्से से देखा, पर भीमा गधा क्या हार मानने वाला था? भीमा गधा का एक और दोस्त था, और वो था चीनू मुर्गा। क्या तुम जगा दोगे? तो चीनू मुर्गा ने क्या कहा होगा? यस, नो। नेक्स्ट, या व्हाई नॉट? नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग 5 AM, चीनू मुर्गा आया और उसने क्या किया? क्या भीमा गधा की नींद खुली? नहीं खुली। देर से पहुंचा। कितने दोस्त थे आपके? वन लास्ट फ्रेंड, कौवा। कौवे के पास जाके भीमा गधा ने कहा, जगा दोगे? तो कौवे ने क्या कहा? नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग क्या हुआ? नींद खुली। फिर भीमा गधा ने सोचा, आई मस्ट टेक मैटर्स इन माई हैंड्स। व्हाट आई विल डू, न मैं सोऊंगा न जागने को प्रॉब्लम होगा। गधा था ना। So Bhima Gadha kept awake the whole night, but around 4:30 सो गया। इतने में वहां आई एक मक्खी, और वो भीमा गधा की नाक में घुस गई। और जब नाक में घुसी तो भीमा गधा को हुई खुजली। भीमा गधा उठा, लेफ्ट देखा, राइट देखा, कोई उसका दोस्त तो था नहीं जिसने उसे प्रॉमिस किया था कि मॉर्निंग में आके जगाएगा। देन ही सॉ दिस लिटिल हाउस फ्लाई, और भीमा गधा ने उस मक्खी से कहा, क्या अभी ये तुम थी जो मेरी नाक में आकर घुसी? तो मक्खी ने कहा, हाँ ये मैं थी। क्या तुम रोज सुबह आओगी, मेरी नाक में घुसोगी? मक्खी ने कहा, इतना तो मैं कर सकती हूं। तब से लेकर आज तक रोज सुबह मक्खी आती है, भीमा गधा की नाक में घुसती है, उसे खुजली होती है और वो उठ जाता है और देर से नहीं पहुंचता, मालिक गुस्से से नहीं देखता, एंड he doesn't get to break. So the story comes to an end here.
much.
Thank you so much. I'm really humbled. Thank you for all your love and reception. और आप सभी इतने प्रबुद्ध हैं और आप समझ ही गए होंगे कि इस कहानी के साथ दौरान बाद में क्या क्या ट्रांजैक्ट हो सकता है अपार्ट फ्रॉम द लैंग्वेज. बिग थैंक यू.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi. I am going to call you Dr. Sethi. And can I please request Kirti to come up on stage and felicitate our amazing story, Wali? And I think the standing ovation said it all. Thank you. We all agree that empowering teachers with training in technology unlocks their potential to inspire, innovate, and shape the leaders of future. But how do we start leveraging technology? How do we revolutionize content production? How do we use AI to help teachers? How do we create digital content for teachers? And how do we have an ecosystem that helps us do this? Our next session today will address these key questions. Our panelists will include luminaries from the government, the education sector, and the technology space. With their vast experience in creating solutions and rolling it out to the grassroots, they are our guides for the future. May I request Mr. Vinod Karate, Director, FLN Reforms Center Square Foundation, to lead this session, empowering teachers with training in technology. I'll invite all of them. I also request our panelists to come on stage, Mr. J.S. Deepak, Ms. Abha Adams, and Dr. Kamlesh Vyas. Let me introduce our moderator. Mr. Karate has engaged in various initiatives on improving teacher capacity in government schools for over a decade. He has done multiple projects with states like Delhi, UP, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Himachal. He has also worked very closely with the Ministry of Education and the Niti Aayog on issues related to teacher capacity building. Since 2021, he has led the Nipun mission implementation in UP, MP, and Haryana, and is learning how reforms in classrooms take shape through partnerships with state and coalitions with NGOs. On the dais, we have Mr. J.S. Deepak. He is the Group Director of International Strategy and Public Policy at Bharti Enterprises. He is a retired Indian administrative officer, and he has decades of experience working in the government of India, especially in economic ministries, including Secretary, Telecom, and IT sector. He was in the education sector. He was the, I'm sorry, I missed that. He was the Secretary for Education in UP, Ambassador of India to the World Trade Organization, and as the Secretary Elementary Education and State Project Director, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan UP, from 2002 to 2006. During this period, UP recruited more than 1 lakh teachers without controversy. He also oversaw the introduction of cooked midday meals scheme in over 110,000 government primary schools in 2004, covering more than 12.5 million children. Ms. Abha Adams is an educationist, columnist, and author with over 3 decades of experience. Former director of Sri Ram Schools and advisory to Step by Step School Noida, she helped establish key institutions. Currently, she works with state governments on the Nipun Bharat mission, focusing on curriculum, teacher training, and parent engagement. And finally, we have Dr. Vyas, an alumni from Delhi University, XLRI, and MDI Gurgaon. He has over 30 years of experience as a consultant, faculty institute director, and CEO. Currently, he is the partner at Deloitte India, leading their education and skills development practice with a focus on educational reforms. Thank you. Vinod sir, you have about 30 minutes for this session, and we'll keep about 5 minutes for questions from the audience. Thank you.
Great. Obviously, tough act to follow. And my own realization is that the further you go away from classroom, life gets really boring. So straight away warning, a lot of boring conversation, but very important conversation that we're going to do today. No, it's an honor that I'm able to kind of do this conversation. It's always great pleasure to talk about teachers, their situation. So we're going to follow we'll do 2 or 3 threads, which we'll kind of bounce with each other and have a meaningful conversation. But the context is this entire experimentation around how to use digital technology for teachers. And a lot has happened, right? So since 2016 odd, when this elusive smartphone became slightly omnipresent, we're sitting in Airtel, so data became very, very easily accessible. A lot of data flow was there. That led to a lot of experimentation. And I would say quiet experimentation, because who cares about teachers, right? So a lot of effort has been done in the last 8 to 9 years, where significant focus was made by NGOs, government, where we tried out different ways to help over 90 lakh teachers in India who are teaching in a lot of schools, but not getting sufficient support. So this is a good time to kind of take stock of all those experiments and look a little forward in terms of what can perhaps change. Obviously, there was a huge context of EdTech happening with a lot of noise around it. A lot of that EdTech went on to sponsor Indian cricket team, etc., and we know what all happened there. But in that context, I thought some very, very critical experiments took place. So I would love to invite the panelists straight away to reflect on the last 5-6 years, what all has happened in the context of Diksha, in the context of several attempts that have been made by different NGOs in allowing teachers with good digital expression in their hand. What's your reflection? What's the panel feeling right now? Where are you on the fence? Do you still think that teacher training, teacher capacity building is a physical sport? Or is it, should we now spend more time in ensuring that how do we make access availability to teachers to take training to the teacher rather than trainer to the teacher? Let's start with Abha. You've been a pioneer in this, so would love to hear your thoughts. Where are you sitting right now?
I think I'm sitting definitely with both those points on either side of me. It's important to ensure that we take the trainer to the teacher as well as giving access. I'm just thinking about, 2019, when the pandemic catapulted everybody, the largest school closure in the world. We all had to pivot quickly. Those private schools, and I'll speak for both, that had invested in technology and the training of their teachers were able to get ahead of the race and the game. And those who didn't were far behind. And private schools vary dramatically. It was during this time that the Avan Trust, with whom I'm associated with, trained all the teacher mentors in the state of Tripura over 3 years, all online, and followed it up. So I think both will need to happen. And why? Asking a teacher to be solely dependent on the digital access that she has, and I say she because most of us are in that domain, is problematic for several reasons. Time was mentioned earlier on this morning. Do we have the time to do that? Another point to keep in mind is the fact that an app requires self-directed learning, where you are motivated and highly motivated to improve yourselves. Private schools may have the luxury of ensuring they have adequate resources and getting teachers to goal set for themselves and have professional development plans for themselves and then realize those plans. But in our public sector, we don't have that added resource. And that motivation has to come from somewhere. And where will that come from? Strengthening our state leadership, ensuring that our block academic coordinators, our CSCs, are all invested in the principle of growth through learning. Unless that happens, and it will happen both digitally and in person, I don't think we're going to make a difference.
Great. Deepak ji, where are you sitting?
Let me start by congratulating the Bharti Airtel Foundation on the launch of the Teachers App and thank them for inviting us to this panel. Finding myself in the midst of such a plethora of expertise and communication excellence, I am indeed feeling privileged and it's a pleasure to be here. Before I address your question, I think, my mind goes back to my teachers and the role they played in making a difference. And today I can say very sincerely that whatever strengths one has, they are gifts of teachers I have been fortunate to have. But this always doesn't happen. Teachers often fail. And if you look at it in depth, more often because we fail them without not equipping them or empowering them to do their jobs. Teachers also have a huge network and they can make and mar a school, a program, learning outcomes, whatever. And my experience of implementing the midday meal program in UP, the South implemented it in the 80s. And that explains the good attendance record which is there. The northern states did not implement it until 2003 and the Supreme Court had to step in. And this was because of strong teachers union. They had the argument that schools will become dhabas and education will suffer. And so, but when they got involved, my God, the sincerity and involvement, the difference they made. So I would, on this panel, speak from the perspective of teachers, 9 million teachers in lakhs and lakhs of schools, catering to about 250 million students. Taking your question, I think if education has to lead to inclusion and the asymmetry of knowledge and opportunity which is there in government, for students in government schools, that has to be addressed. I think training is of essence, looking at the shortage of teachers, shortage of mentors, and shortage of trainers. Ideally, I would think bespoke training courses in a face-to-face mode would be ideal, but the constraints are huge, the networks are large, and that is not possible. So I do agree with Abha that technology today is not only necessary to train teachers, but imperative. Fortunately, it can fill the gap. And various models have been tried out over the last half a dozen years, which have been successful. The Teachers App itself, again, I come back to it. The way it has been tested and the way it has been designed is meant to provide the relevant content in a sensitive and interesting manner, which the teachers can pass on to the students in a way that they could assimilate it. So it has great potential, and technology, if marshaled properly, can be like the incoming tide which lifts all boats. It can increase access, improve quality, promote demand and support for schools in particular, schools in general, and for teachers and teacher training in particular. So I think a mix, as Abha was mentioning, is the way forward. And there's to my mind, there's no real choice.
Great. So you're also a believer, but Kamlesh, where are you sitting?
सभी को नमस्कार, सभी शिक्षक जनों को प्रणाम। सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि जब हमारे शिक्षक से हम बात करते हैं तो वो कहते हैं मैं तो पढ़ाना चाहती हूं, मैं अपने दूसरे टीचर्स के साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूं, मैंने कोई नई चीज सीखी है तो मैं सबको उसके बारे में बताना चाहती हूं, अनुभव दिखाना चाहता हूं, यदि किसी ने कुछ सीखा है तो उसके बारे में जानना चाहती हूं। यदि दो शिक्षक मुझे कहते हैं कि बहन आपने बहुत अच्छा सिखाया तो मुझे बहुत खुशी मिलती है। लेकिन क्या करें, आपने मुझे इतने सारे काम दे दिए, ये फॉर्म भरिए, वो फॉर्म भरिए, ये जानकारी दीजिए, इलेक्शन कराइए, पोलियो पिलाइए और पता नहीं क्या क्या। लेकिन मैं तो टीचर थी। और फिर भारती फाउंडेशन ने कहा, देखिए ऊपर, थे टीचर आप। पढ़िए उसको दोबारा, थे टीचर आप। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच भारती फाउंडेशन फॉर मेकिंग अस द टीचर्स अगेन, फॉर अलाउइंग अस। आपने हमें दोबारा ये मौका दिया कि हम पढ़ लिख पाएं, सीख समझ पाएं, सिखा पाएं, शेयर कर पाएं। कोई लोग हमें कहें कि आपने अच्छा कहा, हम किसी को कहें कि आपने बहुत अच्छा किया, हमें एक फोरम मिले, एक डिस्कशन हो उसको। तो मैं इसको फेंस नहीं देखता विनोद, ना फेंस थी, फेंस हम थे। अब फेंस के इस पार या उस पार होने की बात नहीं होती है। मुझे लगता है ऐसे ही फेंस की बात तब भी कही गई होगी जब क्लासरूम में पहली बार ब्लैक बोर्ड या ग्रीन बोर्ड लगा होगा। लोगों से पूछा गया होगा, आप क्या प्रो ब्लैक बोर्ड हैं, आप क्या एंटी ब्लैक बोर्ड हैं। वैसे ही डिस्कशन हम आज भी कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू विनोद।
Thanks for that start. My own sense is, in the last half a dozen years, the excitement of technology for teachers have become reality. So that's great. So I would say that we are in the game. That's what I'm seeing. That mostly, prior to that, if you go to a government office and say teachers will learn on their own on a phone, they will say no, because general disbelief is that teachers don't want to do anything. But that's changed drastically, right? So now there is a acceptance of the fact that you can deliver quality without too much of dilution directly to them. But at the same time, I think the game is not clear yet, right? In terms of there are a lot of parts which requires unboxing, which we need to really learn and understand. And I'll steer the conversation towards that, right? So the most critical aspect of this game is content itself. And I think there's been a lot of experimentation in that space, right from getting teachers to create content for other teachers was a big move, the Maker movement that we tried with Diksha. The 3 states really took on, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, tons of experimentation where teachers were encouraged to create content for others. Translation was another thing. Then getting experts to create content for teachers was another experimentation that happened in the ecosystem. But there is unanimous consensus on the fact that content is king. Because if you really want to understand what happens to teacher and her own learning and change in her practice, starting point is you need to have good content. And unless you don't have good content, you are not in the room to even try that experiment. So just again, maybe I'll start with you, Abha. You've experimented with live webinars, etc. during COVID, but also static content. What's been the key learnings in the last few years with respect to content creation? Because earlier on, we used to feel that content creation is hard because it's expensive. Production lagta hai. You need people who understand production technique, who understand how to record videos, voiceover. A lot of that has transformed drastically. It is transforming drastically with AI, etc. coming. It's also very clear in the last 6 years that it is not production. Teaching people how to produce will not create good content. You need good content creators who understand how to express digitally, and that expression should allow teachers to think, reflect. So what's your sense on how's that game playing out in the ecosystem?
I think it's still playing out. I don't think we've reached a definite point where we say 100% we're there. You mentioned the webinars, etc., and that takes me again back 5 years when all of this started. And it was a one-way process. It was direct instruction. Yes, sometimes when we got things a little more sophisticated, there were breakout rooms and you were given questions and then you were able to come together again. So that was one step forward. But by and large, the webinars didn't allow that much for that kind of response from those who were attending it. For instance, Dr. Jayashree in the last session had us standing and applauding her because there was this live connect. And that is one of my major, as a professional, struggles with digital transmission, if you like. That unless it's of an extremely high quality, and whether that quality can be reached through AI, where it allows for the interaction and the thoughts and the collaboration of those who are a part of that session. So I think we're making progress, but I haven't seen the finished product yet. I'm trying to visualize it, but how do we create an ecosystem of such content providers was a question that you had. And the honest answer is that nobody provides content for capacity building better than those whose capacity is being built, i.e. co-creation by teachers who have received the training to be facilitators. Then those who are extremely adept with instructional design, and that's critical. And then those who are wizards with technology.
Yeah.
How do we incubate this? I think it's critical that since the state councils for educational research and training have taken it upon themselves to be the disseminating arm of an implementation arm of capacity building, that these are incubated there. Perhaps Bharti can take the lead in creating or incubating these cells in the states that you work with and ensuring that they get all the necessary technical, pedagogical support to make them come alive.
There comes a wish list, Mamta. So we need to support states to create high quality content. I think one of the realizations is while we need to keep experimenting and to create multiple formats of content to learn what works, because it's a large teacher and we want to create content to create agency for the teacher, right? She should be in a position to control her learning. We'll talk about that, whether that's happening or happened in the last 6 months, what we should move more. But on the content side, the biggest elephant is quality itself, right? What does quality content mean is an elephant in the room. Now, how do we create standards and then then galvanize an ecosystem towards that standard? Because there is a lot of noise, because everybody who creates content feels their content is good.
Yeah.
So that's another area where we kind of have to really think through whether high quality content will come without a certain standard which everybody adheres to. Because otherwise it will become what is happening in YouTube, right? There's a lot of noise, a lot of cringe. A lot of them is very successful also. But when it comes to teacher professional development, we want to not subject a large volume of eyeballs of our teachers to go through and navigate and sift through bad content, which is what a teacher app is, a fresh breath of air, right? Every second content that I click looks useful, and if I spend time, I will learn. But I want to switch gears to both of you in terms of distribution itself, right? North Star is that this should shift the teacher agency in this country, right? That I am not subjecting large number of teachers to travel across, come into a room and listen to a trainer who is not well trained, not necessarily doing a great job for maybe 4 days a year, which is standalone. Here is an opportunity, if there is a teacher and everybody in the room is a motivated one, but in our collective experience, we know that there are 30–40% teachers who are super excited, super motivated. That's a huge number if you look at the base of 90 lakhs. How do I get that teacher an agency that send that message that you're important, we care for you, we care for your development, and we send this across? So that North Star has not happened. I think we're not even scratching the surface there. But what has happened is governments, especially when you kind of distribute content through governments, where the government is endorsing and letting their teachers know, the customer acquisition, the CAC or teacher acquisition cost here is significantly lower. It's less than 7–8 rupees per teacher, whichever way you do it. So that's one thing that the ecosystem learned, that if you create good content, convince state governments that this is good for you, and get teachers to do that content in whichever program, there is uptake. The challenge is, how do I now get learners to take charge of their own learning? Go beyond what the government is telling me, because it exists out there. It's not that it doesn't exist. So if a course is being told, I will go and do and finish it. But there is course number 2, 3 next to it. It's discoverable, but we haven't seen that movement happening. I mean, there are a lot of teachers, some we met in the morning. What's the sense that we're getting? I'll start from you, Kamlesh, and then maybe we'll walk across.
तो मैं तो ये समझता हूँ कि यदि आप ये ऐप ना बनाते तो आप एक बहुत बड़ा पाप करते, क्योंकि ये मेरी बदकिस्मती क्यों हो कि मैं कहीं दूर जगह पर हूं और लेकिन कहीं दूसरी जगह पर एक बहुत अच्छे कोई शिक्षक हैं और मैं उनके ज्ञान से मेरा फायदा नहीं हो सकता। ये मेरी बदकिस्मती नहीं होनी चाहिए। सो द रियलिटी इज दैट इट इज अवर जॉब and we will be failing in our responsibility if we don't connect the best to everyone. And that is what the app is trying to do. It is making the distances and the time irrelevant.
And also, we don't need to clone Jayashrees now, right? We can get Jayashree to do a little content creation exercise and maybe an 80% dilution, but still 20% of Jayashree's voice will reach a lot of teachers.
Yeah,
that
and I would say both. And I have sometimes a trouble with the word creation. Curation is as important. Splicing something, अगर मैं 2 घंटे का YouTube वीडियो देखा है लेकिन मुझे उसमें 10 मिनट का पार्ट बहुत अच्छा लगा है, लास्ट वाला जो मैं सबको दिखाना चाहता हूं, तो वो मुझे आना चाहिए, वो ज्यादा जरूरी है बाकी क्रिएटिविटी के लिए। अब मुझे मूवी की तरह उसमें एक फिल्म डायरेक्टर और एक आर्ट डायरेक्टर और एक ये डायरेक्टर वो डायरेक्टर, ये तो जरूरत नहीं है ना। वी हैव टू कीप इट सिंपल फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल। और क्या होता है कि जब हम अपने मन से अपने दिल से व्हेन आवर फुल इमोशन व्हेन वी मेक समथिंग, वो अच्छा ही बनता है, वो जिसको हम पहुंचाना चाहते हैं पहुंच जाता है। यू विल बी सरप्राइज्ड, दिस ईयर द अवार्ड फॉर द बेस्ट फोटोग्राफ इन द वर्ल्ड डिड नॉट गो टू अ फोटोग्राफर। कोई एक थे, उन्होंने अपना कहीं घूम रहे थे, उनको अच्छी चीज आ गई नजर, उन्होंने अपना फोन खोला, फोन भी उनका कोई बहुत एडवांस नहीं था, वो फोटो ले ली और दुनिया की सबसे अच्छी फोटो मानी गई वो इस साल। सो आई थिंक मोर देन द टेक्नोलॉजी पार्ट ऑफ इट, it's the creativity part of it. It's the desire that I have seen something and I want to share it with my students and they will benefit, or my other teachers. So I believe that when it comes to creation, while of course थोड़ी बहुत हमें आनी चाहिए और हम अनुभव के साथ सीख भी जाएंगे, we will learn in due course of time and there must be a resource available that आप मान लीजिए आपने कोई अगर आपके पास raw content है और आप इसको convert कराना चाहते हैं into something which can be professionally shared, you can take this help, you can take this person's help, you can take this applications help, etc., etc. But I believe that when it comes to creation, it should not be one versus the other. It's not the technologist or the creator or the teacher or the student or the principal or the society or nobody anonymous. I think we should use an approach where I will borrow from everywhere or anywhere and I will make it reachable to the person I want to make it reach to with my own design, with my own comments, with my own comments on it. So that's the way I look at the creation.
But could you quickly touch upon the quality aspect of it? When many people are creating for many people.
See, the society is the best judge. The users are the best judge. You know, you talked about YouTube. Now there are views on YouTube which has got 26 views and there are some which has got 1 billion views. How does that happen? Because we as intelligent users, we know. And as long as we can create the features, now this is for you, Mamta, as long as on the teacher app, TheTeacherApp, as long as on the teacher app we can create the elements or the features of YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, we will have served our purpose, because people can judge and you will automatically see, we know that some content will make people celebrities and some content will not come up in the priority. So therefore the users, the stakeholders themselves will rate the content and the quality in due course of time would begin to improve.
Yeah, I can see Abha itching to come in, but sir, do you want to take a...
No, I'm not.
No.
Obviously, I mean, content is critical, but fortunately, with the work done by various organizations and systems in the last few years, we are getting there. I mean, a lot of, especially in the domain of teacher training and development and empowerment, content, we are getting there. And the panel has underlined its importance, so that cannot be understated. But there's another aspect which I would like to address, and that is the communication in the class. I mean, I don't have to illustrate it after seeing Kahani Wali Jayashri tell the stories the way she did. But you cannot change behavior by making people go to sleep, you know. I mean, if it is entertaining, if your class is smiling or laughing, then they are listening, and that leads to learning, to remembering it and understanding concepts, etc., etc. So that's one important thing. And this aspect, I think, is a little neglected, or quite a bit neglected, at least as far as government schools are concerned. You may have the content, you may get hold of it through technology, but how do you communicate in class effectively? The second related thing, and you talked about delivery of content, is there's a need for hand-holding in helping teachers curate and access what they really need. There's a plethora of stuff being streamed at them. Unless we can have some kind of AI-supported elements in these apps, which enable the teacher to zero in onto the content she needs for the class she is going to go. And if she wants to delve deeper, she can also go outside the app, the content which is in the app, and get links related to the subject. That is something which is assistance which I think is required. And with multiple, so that will make the life a lot easier. Pre-curated content, library facilities, assistance in retrieval. I mean, I find lots of stuff is, even where lots of stuff is available, students and teachers find problems in retrieving the relevant thing. And at least for the norm for government schools should be, where availability is a problem, that this will be pre-curated, made available. And if it can be augmented with webinars and things like that, so much the better. But that will require an NGO or corporate support, you know, having mentors embedded in schools through this help, and that today extends to only about 50,000 schools. It needs to go up. So last point is, as far as government gatekeepers is concerned, government, I think, should keep out of creation of content. It should source maybe some kind of light gatekeeping by the SCRTs and others, but ensure that it is the ease of navigating through apps and technology instruments for teachers is made sure.
I think my own reflection, right? I think I've seen great teacher educators who are fantastic in a classroom. They get really jittery when they have to express digitally. Okay, so it's a skill. So I would not keep government out. I think there are significantly great teacher trainers, people, diet experts available, but this entire skill is extremely difficult. And unless there is a clear signal coming from the users or the ecosystem that, hey, what you created is excellent, there is no confidence that this creator gets, right? So I think we need a blue tick of teacher-facing content, like we have a blue tick for Twitter and Instagram. Now, I'm trying to find out what that elusiveness is, right? So there will always be limited resources to create content. Now, how do we create either some kind of a peer review, what happens in research world where this particular content is peer reviewed and hence it's good. So discovery is very easy. Teachers are looking for only peer reviewed content, for example. Or some other system. I mean, the metric can't be just likes and views, because that can be extremely misleading, which is what we are learning in YouTube, right? There is, it can mislead very quickly if you just follow that, that metric. The metric has to be slightly more nuanced. And Abha, if you could think about that and let us know in terms of what do you think about it, because my head says that it has to be some kind of peer-reviewed mechanism where we sit together, experts look at it, and in a quantifiable way rate a particular content, which could be anything. It could be a short form, long form. That, hey, this is pedagogically right, this makes sense, this treats the teacher as they should be treated. Because some of those are huge risks, and content creators don't know it. That signal is very important. That crutch is very important for them to know, okay, this is what I need to create so that this content is taken up well. Unless that is there, it becomes very difficult. Government are willing to adopt content. Like you said in the opening remark, that it has to be blended, right? This content standalone will not help. At some point, we need to convert this content into a conversation that happens with teachers, closer to teacher in a cluster meeting or something like that. But in order to do that, governments don't know which content to really trust. What's your sense on it? And then we can switch gears to impact. Yeah.
Hard one, this, Vinod, really, because who do you trust? Whose opinion do you trust? And when we speak of peer review, how do we define peer review within the schooling system or education? Is it one SCRT's review versus another state's SCRT review?
Yeah, 5 minutes, yeah. 5 minutes.
Okay. So my concern is that with all of these potential great pieces of content, how do we ensure stickiness? And that's my concern. Because it's so easy. Teaching is so hard, which is why so few people do it, and I congratulate all our teacher educators here. I really, really do. Teaching is the toughest job in the world. It's tougher than CEOs. I'm sorry for CEOs being present. My apologies. But we take more decisions as teachers. That unless we are supported as teachers by who? By our immediate line managers, by our heads of department, by our heads of school, by our managing committees, by the government structure, unless we are supported and, encouraged to take that training. Certification was a big incentivization. It came through earlier on in the discussions with teachers. They were happy when they got certified. And when you take a training, you not only want a certificate, you want the public appreciation and acknowledgement from your peer group. So it gives you that buzz. And we need to ensure that everybody in the teaching fraternity believes in that unless we learn as educators, agar hum nahi padhenge every day, if we don't learn, we don't grow. We don't grow, our children don't grow. It's as simple as that. So my concern is, sorry to detract, is less with the presence of the content and how to review it, but how do we ensure that we embrace it? Because it's so easy to go back to what we did. We have not been taught in a way in which we are being asked to teach now with the pedagogies. Dr. Jayashree did not exist in my time, okay? And so it's hard for us. So how can we make it stick? By this firm belief that we need to grow. And growth comes through professional development. Professional development comes through capacity building, digital or otherwise, but through coaching and mentoring. And I want to leave that and let everybody else have a say. I'm going to speak to Mamta about the coaching and mentoring piece for the app anyway.
No, thanks a lot. I think we're running out of time. Half an hour is always less for having this kind of conversation. But let's round up the discussion with what is that one wish that you want Bharti Airtel Foundation with this project called the Teacher App, they should aim for, which you'll be very happy. If they achieve that in the next 5 years, what will that be? So we can start with you.
Just one quick point on the previous question. I'm sure there must be some mechanism of, qualifying content for appropriateness. Not so much for quality or anything, but making sure that whatever is put up by the app or by different forums, government or otherwise, there is somebody who's looking at it once. Now coming to the broader question of ROI or outcomes, I like the way the slogan reads, it is elevating teachers. Now to that elevating, I'll add a few more words. It is also should be celebrating. It also should include navigating, deliberating, and motivating. Because the app does all of those functions. And as long as this continues to happen, we continue to celebrate and motivate and deliberate on the topic, I'm sure the outcomes that we seek would automatically come with it.
Just a word on how to look at the impact of a technology application like the Teachers app. You know, there would be many ways to do it and from various directions, but I feel that the user input is critical. I mean, we should, perhaps the most useful metric, the one which perhaps deserves the most weight would be the feedback of teachers on how useful they find an application and how it helps them and what changes they want in that. I mean, to paraphrase Peter Drucker, quality is not what we put into the app, you know, which is what a peer review or an outsider or an agency or an expert organization would perhaps evaluate. Quality is what the teacher gets out of it, and that you can get from a feedback and rating by the teacher of his or her experience. So that is that. Talking of Bharti Airtel Foundation, I have great visions for that. I would not like to spend time. But I do wish, in the context of the teacher app itself, I hope it will be a dynamic tool. As Abba has mentioned, it should move on both in with content as well as in the kinds of tools it can provide to the teachers. Available, free, anytime, anywhere, of course, and which continues to update, upscale, and upgrade itself based on the feedback of teachers and others. I'm confident that the backing of a tech giant like Airtel, this app can become the best in class. You know, the vision should be that first we will be the best, and then we will be the first. But in addition to this, I mean, the Bharti Airtel Foundation should have a larger vision, use technology for access to take care of the problems of absence of teachers in class and government schools by beaming, you know, virtual classes using best quality content and trainers and teachers from a central hub. This is now possible, and this is something which needs to be done. States have been grappling for decades with shortage of teachers because of absentees, lack of recruitment, vacancies in the world. And today, technology, I think, has the capacity to bridge this gap. And it would be a huge achievement if you can get a teacher in every class for every student, as well as for bridge courses and for remedials, from a centralized hub with good quality control. So that's something which Bharti Foundation can, and I think should, also attempt, in addition to increasing its involvement, scaling up its involvement with government schools through their successful quality support program. You know, working with 1,000+ schools as they do now, should change to working with the 10,000 schools or so in the next 5 years, as you say. And anything less ambition, I think, would be, I think, a lost opportunity. So there needs to be scaling up of things that you've done and which you see are working in the government system especially.
Awesome. Last word, Abba.
Okay, the app is for the teachers, and I'm speaking on behalf of teachers because I am always a teacher myself. Teachers need support, and teachers are great when it comes to supporting each other. We are our greatest resource. Therefore, creating those forums that were spoken about earlier, communities, learning communities, which bring together somebody from Chennai, somebody from as north as Ladakh, east and west. I was talking to Mamta earlier on that in the International Baccalaureate, there are these forums where, as a teacher, if you have a concern, a question, कि मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही मैं ये चीज़ कैसे पढ़ाऊँ, you just put that question there on that forum, and you get responses from Rio de Janeiro, China, India, Bangladesh, and it helps. So can you imagine being connected across Bharat this way? That you have a forum, you have a learning community, you have a question, you have a problem, you put it there. And there is also an advisory counseling service that the app has that can step in if there is no response. So support for the teaching community is what I would beg for.
On that note, can I take 2 questions from the audience, or should we We should close. Okay, perfect. So thanks a lot. You've been a great audience. We'll catch you during lunch and answer your questions. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. I would request our CEO, Mamta Saikia, to please facilitate all the teachers with a token of appreciation. I don't think they're listening anymore. I don't. Should I start? I request everybody to remain seated for a bit. We have some announcements. Just 1 minute. Tell them where to go. Thank you, everyone. You can now head towards the lawns for lunch. We have to be back, especially all the students of the colleges, please be back by 1:15. And yeah, we need you back by 1:15. You have to be seated in your places by 1:20 so that we do not extend our session. Mantriji is expected post that. Please go ahead. And everybody, all the youngsters especially who are clicking pictures, don't forget to tag us on these hashtags written here.
मेरे गांव का नाम आपने कभी नहीं सुना होगा, हिम्मतपुरा। यहाँ के लोगों में बड़ी हिम्मत है, तभी तो रेत को सकमा देके रोज स्कूल चले जाते हैं। जब से मेरे गांव में स्कूल बना है, तब से सुबह सुबह उठकर सबको उठाती हूँ और फिर अपने साथ स्कूल लेके जाती हूँ।
So we started
द टीचर ऐप की जम्मू के साथ पार्टनरशिप हमारे लिए बहुत ही स्पेशल पार्टनरशिप है। जब जम्मू पार्टनरशिप शुरू हुई, हमारे सामने एक ये चैलेंज था कि कोई भी ऑनलाइन ऐप ग्राउंड पे और टीचर्स में कितना चेंज ला सकता है। कि इस ऐप में हमने जो टीचर्स की एक्टिविटीज़ देखी हैं, दैट आर सिंपली अनबिलीवेबल।
प्लीज सेटल डाउन एवरीवन, वी आर अबाउट टू स्टार्ट।
काफ़ी समय से हमारे साथ कोलैबोरेशन में काम कर रही है और इसमें डेफिनेटली हमारे टीचर्स की जो टीचिंग कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट हुई है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आने वाले टाइम में भी इस तरह के प्रोग्राम करते रहेंगे।
Bharti Airtel Foundation, in collaboration with Directorate of School Education, started an initiative on capacity building program for teachers on foundation literacy and numeracy, basic pedagogy, learning teaching material usage. The initiative has not only enhanced teaching skills but also led to improved classroom interactions, benefiting students through more engaging and effective learning experiences.
टीचर ऐप जो इनकी बड़ी हिट होने वाली ऐप है, जो एम और गोल था स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का, उसको पब्लिक में बच्चों के सामने, टीचर्स के सामने लाया।
The content available on the teacher app is highly knowledgeable and it inspires us to make students learn in a better way.
कंटेंट बहुत स्पेसिफिक है, वीडियोस जो हैं ये रियल लाइफ सिचुएशंस को लेकर बनी हुई हैं जो कि हमें अपनी क्लासरूम में इम्प्लीमेंट करने में बहुत ही हेल्पफुल रहेंगी।
तो रिसेंटली अभी जो हमने ग्राफिक ऑर्गेनाइज़र का कोर्स जो किया है उसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो थी वो क्लासरूम में अगर हम उसे इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं तो बच्चों को उसका बहुत फ़ायदा होगा।
बच्चे को अगर कम्युनिकेशन ही नहीं आएगा तो आप उसको क्या पढ़ाएंगे। टीचर ऐप्स पे लैंग्वेज के रिलेटेड भी बहुत सारा मटेरियल हमारे पास उपलब्ध है, जिसमें किस तरीके से इंडिजिनियस डेवलप टॉयस के साथ मैं बच्चों को स्टोरी टेलिंग और वो बच्चा उससे अपनी किस तरीके से लैंग्वेज को डेवलप करता है, उस जानकारी को मैंने अपनी क्लासरूम टीचिंग में इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है।
और इसका बेनिफिट जो है वो पूरी टीचर कम्युनिटी, स्कूल कम्युनिटी और स्टूडेंट कम्युनिटी को हो रहा है, जिससे कि वो पूरे एक स्कूल को एक अपलिफ्टमेंट मिल सके, एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल सके कि पूरे देश में वो बच्चा जो है वो अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे सके।
मैंने ये देखा कि हर बच्चा यूनिक है और हर बच्चे में उसके IQ लेवल से कुछ ना कुछ सीखने की क्षमता है। तो ये मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा कि इन्होंने असेसमेंट के साथ क्यूज भी रखे हुए हैं जिसके साथ अपनी असेसमेंट भी होती जा रही है।
एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं जिनकी वजह से हम प्रैक्टिकली उनको चेंज करने की कोशिश करते हैं। जब हम प्रैक्टिकली कुछ करवाने की कोशिश करते हैं वो वाली चीज़ बच्चे को कम भूलती है।
जब हम होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं, चाहे वो सोशली उसको डेवलप करने की बात हो, हम उसके बैकग्राउंड की बात करें या फिर उसका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल हमें इम्प्रूव करना है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग उसमें लानी है, ये सारे एरियाज जो है वो कवर किए गए हैं द टीचर्स ऐप में।
Empowering teachers is the real purpose of TAP's existence. The teachers really participated in high numbers as they are the cornerstone for the change in the education system.
We have ensured that this program gives up an enriching experience for teachers, and the benefits that we are trying to pass on is not just limited to 2 or 3 months but are sustained post that also.
जो टीचर ऐप के थ्रू जो आपने कोर्सेज किए हैं तो इसको आप अपने डेली यूज़ में बच्चों को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए, उनकी क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए किस तरह से बच्चे टाइम मैनेजमेंट करेंगे, किस तरह से टीचर्स जो है अपनी टीचिंग को इंटरेस्टिंग और लाइवली बना सकते हैं जिससे कि बच्चों का रुझान बढ़े।
Really?
Welcome back everybody. So far we have done a very good job of sticking to our agenda time, so please let's keep this process going. I want everybody to please settle down so that we can start our proceedings. Are all the students in? Can you ask your friends if they are still outside to please join us? Can you hear me now? All the students have reported back to the auditorium. The following sessions are going to be slightly more formal, so please maintain decorum in the auditorium.
मेरे गांव का नाम आपने कभी नहीं सुना होगा, हिम्मतपुरा। यहाँ के लोगों में बड़ी हिम्मत है, तभी तो रेत को सकमा देके रोज स्कूल चले जाते हैं। जब से मेरे गांव में स्कूल बना है, तब से सुबह सुबह उठकर सबको उठाती हूँ और फिर अपने साथ स्कूल लेके जाती हूँ।
So we started focusing on one issue which will have a multiplier impact. Education for the very poor children, especially girl child. It's very, very satisfying and heartening to see you are in the end making a deep impact in the society, making a true difference for our nation.
One of the focus of Satyabhati schools was that how do we create schools that are happy? That child immediately feels safe, feels reassured that there are people who will look after me.
पढ़ना, खेलना, हंसना।
इंडियन सोसाइटी पिंडा च तां बेसिकली भी है ना +2 करी भी नहीं हुंदी, पहले कह दिंदे ने भी बहुत पढ़ ले बस छड्डो, बट ये चीज़ मेरी फैमिली ने मैनू कदे नहीं कही। स्कूल ने भी हमेशा ही सपोर्ट की ते जदों मैं पढ़दी सी उस टाइम दे विच ही कॉन्फिडेंस रेज होया।
In Satyabhati schools in the villages of our country gave us a lot of exposure to the kind of challenges that are being faced by underprivileged children. We thought it was important that we take our learnings, our experiences into the government schools where millions of children of similar background were studying. So therefore the Satyabhati Quality Support Program was born.
Hi, my name is Hanuman Lakadong. I love going to school because I can be anyone. Sometimes I can be a painter, a singer, reader, or I can be just myself. Earlier, the school was very boring. Since Bharati Foundation support the school, a lot of my friends have found different ways to express themselves.
We have built a program which can be replicable, which can be scaled up. I believe educating a girl child, you ensure that next few generations will be educated.
In my class, I read about astronauts and stars. My teacher says girls can go to space too. I'm learning about new technology and science so that one day I can go to Mars. My name is Pooja. and I want to become an astronaut.
I want to be a football player, doctor, engineer, lawyer, scientist, teacher, architect, IPS officer.
Giving education to a child is not the end of everything. And education without values and value system, to my mind, is not something which we need to give to our kids.
सपनों की कभी कोई लोकेशन नहीं होती.
My school has taught me to dream big and I won't stop. जब मैं एक दिन बहुत बड़ी डॉक्टर बन जाऊंगी ना, तो मेरे गांव का नाम सबको पता होगा. सब बोलेंगे वो है रावल का गांव.
Ever since we started, we're adding more and more villages to our education program. We're reaching out to more and more schools, more and more children. We believe we're changing India one village at a time.
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗਰਮੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਕੂਲ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਖਰਤਾ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਅਭਿਆਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ, ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣਾ ਜੋ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਸਕੂਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ, ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ.
चलो दादी स्टार्ट करें. अ से अनार,
आ से अनार,
आ से आम,
आ से आम,
ई से इमली,
ई से इमली.
मुझे गर्मियों की छुट्टियों में एक साक्षरता भारती की किताब मिली है, जिसमें मैंने अपनी मम्मी को जोड़ भाग की गिनती सिखाई है, और अब मम्मी पीटीएम में जाती है तो साइन भी कर देती है. ਸਾਡੇ ਸੱਤਿਆ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਸਕੂਲ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ. ਇਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਾਦੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਲਾਭ ਹੋਏ. ਉਹ ਫੋਨ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨੰਬਰ ਲਗਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ, ਦਵਾਈਆਂ ਦੀ ਪਹਿਚਾਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿਰ ਖਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ, ਬੱਸਾਂ ਦੀ ਚੋਣ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ. मुझे मेरी दादी को पढ़ाना अच्छा लग रहा. जब मेरी दादी पढ़ना लिखना सीख जाएगी मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगेगा.
छुट्टियों में हमें बच्चों ने पढ़ाया है. सत्यभारती स्कूल का धन्यवाद करते हैं.
अब मुझे सारिका ने हिसाब किताब भी करना सिखा दिया. मैं अपना दूध का भी हिसाब अब कर लेती हूँ.
5 एकम 5, 5 एकम 5, 5 दूनी 10, 5 तिया 15, 5 चौक 20, 5 25.
He is a milkman demonstrating to students the practical skill of measuring liquid. He is a vegetable vendor engaging students in understanding basic concepts like weights, measurements, and the different types of vegetables. At Bharti Airtel Foundation, the community volunteering program connects Satya Bharti school students with their surroundings, introducing them to a wide range of skills, arts, and professions while keeping them closely linked to.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's begin the final phase of our event today. We have to adhere to our house rules. Please put your phones and mobiles on silent, and let's begin. In the field of education, staying updated with effective teaching strategies is crucial for educational professionals. Convoke encourages research as a systemic and reflective inquiry conducted in real-world educational settings to improve teaching strategies, methods, and overall learning outcomes. Ongoing research processes involve observation, collecting data, reflecting, and refining teaching practices. This takes time and effort. We have been holding Convoke for several years, and this year, 123 educators from 15 states and UTs sent in their research papers to be evaluated under Convoke 2024. Today we have with us the teachers who left a mark and were awarded the first prize in their specific categories after various rounds of jury and evaluations. May I please request Mr. Vijay Chadda, CEO of Air Pollution Action Group, Mr. J.S. Deepak, Ms. Mamta Saikia, and Mr. Binu Nair to please come up on stage and felicitate our winners. May I invite Tanupriya Sharma from Army Public School, Delhi, winner of the first prize for the theme Enhancing Teaching Learning Experiences through the Use of Tech and Other Tools. A big round of applause for her. Next, we have Ms. Namrata Sharma from Government High School, Jammu and Kashmir. She won the first position for the theme Significance of Life Skills Education and its Impact on Students. And finally, we have Sharmila Begum from Government High School, Tamil Nadu, winner of first position for the theme Influence of Teachers' Training on Students' Performance. Though these three were the winners, all our participants had submitted amazing papers, and the 12 top finalists were actually all here, so we'll just invite them as well. Please may I request Praveen Mishra from Gorakhpur. Bhavna Bhardwaj from Ghaziabad. Neha Bahuguna from Delhi. Jyotsna from SKV Delhi. Manisha Pavi from SKV Delhi. And Manisha has been in the top contender for almost 3-4 years now. Dr. Tapsa Verma from Delhi. And finally, Jyoti Dhingra from Delhi. Can I request all the winners to just come up on stage for one group photograph, please? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chadda, Mr. Deepak, and Mamta. Can you please take your seats? I now request Binu Nair to take this proceedings forward. All right. Can I request Mr. Vijay Chadda to please address the audience and especially address our teachers? Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Mamta ma'am, Deepak sir, all dignitaries, are wonderful teachers because of whom we all are here, and the future teachers who are here in this audience, and of course my old colleagues from Bharati Foundation who've given me the best years of my life. Thank you so much for having me here. This is a surprise. I didn't know that I was supposed to say something, but like always, I'll keep it brief. This is about teachers and the launch of the Teachers app, which, like it says, is supposed to transform teachers and transform all of us. I think it's a great initiative. The core of this app was started by a person who was here on stage, Mr. Vinod Karate, and handed over to Bharati Foundation, who have given this shape to it. And I think these are people who are doing a great service to the entire education sector. I'm sure that this is just the beginning and the app is going to have a huge impact going forward. Without doubt, this is critical because anything to do with teachers is critical. Teachers, it's been said earlier in the day also, are probably our most important and precious resource. You teachers make all of us who we are. Without teachers, nothing will be. Right? You must realize as to how important you are, how important your commitment, passion is to children who are in your classrooms. Right? and how important it is for each one of us who claim to be teachers to also ensure that we keep enhancing our own knowledge and skills. While as teachers we teach, our learning is equally, if not more important. And more so because of the pace at which the world is changing today. Right. Earlier, you had very little competition. Teacher in the classroom was God. Today, you were confronted with Madam or Mr. Google, right? And then the children thought they knew a lot, and now you have something called AI. All this is changing, right? Technology is taking over a large part of our lives, and how to handle technology is an extremely important skill that we all need to really learn, master, and use to advantage. So I'm not going to go on rambling anymore. I just want to congratulate Mamta and the Bharti Foundation team and Airtel team for this launch and this amazing event. Well done. Keep it up. As always, proud of you. And I just once again say a Jai Hind to all our teachers. We are proud of you. Keep it up. Thank you so much. All best wishes.
Handing the stage over to Binu, he will take the proceedings further from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jai Hind once again. And I think my biggest satisfaction today is that we've been following time quite well, and that's why we are following our schedule. And before we move on to the the event that we've all been waiting for since morning, on the launch of the Teacher app, I would take this opportunity to bring few people from the ground who have, of course, because of the paucity of time, we could not accommodate everyone. But then there are experiences which need a little platform where they can share, those learnings with you. But before I move into that, I would like to play one video which, of course, been playing since morning in the loop. And some of you might have given a little attention to it, but not necessarily into the, depth that you should understand it. So I would request our friend Atul, if you could play the community volunteering video for the audience, just a 2 minutes video, and maybe perhaps before I ask the person to speak about that, I'll request you to give a little attention to this video, and then I'll speak about it.
He is a vegetable vendor engaging students in understanding basic concepts like weights, measurements, and the different types of vegetables. At Bharti Airtel Foundation, the community volunteering program connects Satya Bharti schools students with their surroundings, introducing them to a wide range of skills, arts, and professions while keeping them closely linked to their community. This initiative is taking learning beyond the blackboard. Community members, using their own resources and everyday expertise, are teaching students foundational concepts like measurement, basic calculations, the value of money, and much more. The involvement of local community members in Satya Bharti schools is also cultivating a sense of ownership in the educational journey of their children, enriching students' lives by exposing them to different vocations and perspectives.
बच्चे जो आज की जो युवा पीढ़ी है वो इन खेती के प्रोग्राम से दूर है, उनको ज्ञान नहीं है। हम यहाँ पर उनको ये माध्यम बनकर बताने आए हैं कि खेती भी एक जरिया है रोजगार का, आप इस पर भी ध्यान देकर रोजगार प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। बढ़िया।
Whether learning about agriculture, rope making, pottery, plumbing, yoga, photography, or road safety, these activities are equipping students with essential skills and a deeper understanding of the world around them.
कम्युनिटी वॉलंटियरिंग प्रोग्राम का मोटिव ये है कि ये बच्चों को समुदाय के लोगों के साथ जोड़ना है और दैनिक आवश्यकताओं के बारे में बच्चों को बताना है।
क्योंकि इससे हमारे बच्चों को सीखने को मिलता है और वो आसपास की चीजों को जानने के लिए जिज्ञासु बने रहते हैं।
By empowering students with diverse skills and knowledge, we are preparing them to become responsible, well-rounded individuals who can contribute meaningfully to their communities.
Thank you, Atul. So, from the audience, I would like to ask, I mean, what did you see in the video? Is it meaningful? Is it, translating into some action inside the classroom, outside the classroom? And maybe, someone from our, future educators can also respond to this question. Anybody? Raise of hands, please. Yeah. Anybody? Mic is there? Yes, there. Ma'am, please.
हेलो ये जो वीडियो अभी हमने देखी, कम्युनिटी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट देखा, कम्युनिटी में पेरेंट्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट, पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों की एजुकेशन में कैसे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और साथ में वो देख भी पा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से बच्चे स्कूल में सीखते हैं। तो यहाँ पर जो इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है वो ये है कि हम एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, अंडरस्टैंडिंग की, नॉलेज की बात करते हैं, बट ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ लर्निंग इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। यहाँ पर बच्चा प्रैक्टिकल देख पा रहा है, जो नॉलेज हम उसको देते हैं, जो कंसेप्ट हम उसको प्रोवाइड करते हैं, यहाँ पर एट द सेम टाइम उस नॉलेज का ट्रांसफ़र भी वो कर पा रहा है, जब वो अपने हाथ से उन एक्शंस को कर पा रहा है जो फ्यूचर में उसको कम्युनिटी में जाकर करने हैं। तो जो यहाँ पर इम्पोर्टेंस है ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ नॉलेज की, वो बहुत ईजिली विजिबल थी। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am. Let's hear it for her. One more hand. I think I'll give it to the behind you. Sorry, first her. Sorry, just her first, and then maybe I'll come back to you, ma'am.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। इस वीडियो में जैसे कि हमने देखा कि कैसे आपके फाउंडेशन के द्वारा स्थानीय समुदाय के लोगों के सहयोग से बच्चों को सिखाया जा रहा है व्यवहारिक जीवन में किस तरह से शिक्षा को उपयोगी बनाया जाए, जो कि शिक्षा का मुख्य उद्देश्य है भी और होना भी चाहिए। और इसे मैं महात्मा गांधी के नई तालीम, जिसमें उन्होंने व्यावसायिक शिक्षा पर भी जोर दिया, उससे मतलब जोड़ते हुए देखती हूँ कि आपके फाउंडेशन ने अच्छी पहल निकाली है कि रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी में जो हम काम करते हैं बच्चे उसे अपने रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी से जोड़ेंगे। जैसे आपने सड़क सुरक्षा के बारे में भी ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, सिलाई के बारे में भी ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, तो इससे बच्चों को शिक्षा में के मतलब आगे भविष्य में जाकर इस चीज़ की जल्दीबाजी नहीं रहेगी कि सिर्फ एक नौकरी के ही पीछे जानी है, और इसके अलावा वो अपने मतलब हुनर प्राप्त जो कर रहे हैं शिक्षा के दौरान, तो वो इससे अपने व्यवसाय में भी लगाएंगे और आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे, जो कि हमारा विकसित भारत की ओर हम पहुंच रहे हैं, इसके लिए एक ज़रूरी पहल है। थैंक यू।
बहुत बढ़िया बोला। So ma'am, quick one, would you like to, and then?
Yeah, so there were 2 points which clicked. The first point was pedagogical because I'm a teacher. So instead of teaching A for apple, it was like you bring the apple to the class, let them see, let them experience, and then tell them this was apple and this is A. It starts with A. So that was the first beautiful pedagogical intervention that was happening even without, letting us know that it's happening. Second point, very crucial to what NEP tried to highlight, was the global and the local nature, the interconnectedness of moving from the local to the global, bringing in the inclusivity also, and what our culture stands for, what are our roots. So both the things were beautifully pointed out in the video. It was amazing. It was so easily done, but it was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. So, okay, last one.
Yeah, I would like to add here. As I tell this to parents of my students, आज के एरा में सब कुछ हम ऑनलाइन मंगाते हैं ब्लिंकिट से, और बच्चों को ना रियल लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस नहीं मिलता, तो वर्ड प्रॉब्लम्स को वो अंडरस्टैंड नहीं कर पाते मैथमेटिक्स में, तो उनको नहीं पता 1 लीटर में कितना मिलीलीटर है। तो आई थिंक दिस इज़ द बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस from which they can understand practically, where I believe in my school children are lacking in it.
No, wonderfully put. I think you all are correct. And this inspiration actually comes from, long back, there was an experience when we were traveling into Orissa, and I hope you all know the terracotta workers, who make beautiful, architecture using terracotta. And we were traveling in one of their villages, and we suddenly saw a lot of, the made pieces, which were lying in the common places, under the tree, different places. So randomly मैंने उनसे पूछा, ये सब आपके खराब पीसेस होंगे जो आप यहाँ छोड़ देते हैं, मतलब ये आपने जो यहाँ डाल के रखे हुए हैं? तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं नहीं, ये खराब पीसेस नहीं है, ये हमारे सबसे अच्छा जो हमारा क्राफ्ट्समैनशिप है वो है ये। तो सबसे बेस्ट जो हम पीसेस बनाते हैं वो हमने यहाँ पे रखे हुए हैं। तो हमने पूछा भाई क्यों, ये ऐसा क्यों, आपने इतना अच्छा मास्टरपीस बना के इसको छोड़ा हुआ है? सो दे सेड कि वी वांट आवर चिल्ड्रन, आवर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन टू सी व्हाट इज द लेवल ऑफ craftsmanship happening, and we want them to learn this from their environment. So that's the inspiration with which we started, and we started with something called a community volunteering program, in which when the schools reopen in July, when nobody wants to come back to school, we hand over the schools to the community for a week and tell them that you run the schools. So everybody plays a role, whether it's a milkman, they can also teach. You saw, vegetable vendor, a postman who comes and says, okay, the letter that you put into the box, how does it travel to the destination? A railway master coming into the school and saying, okay, what do we mean by the flags and when the transit happens? So I don't know whether it's meaningful or not, but that's how learning we see also happening, which is learning beyond the classroom. In the, interest of time, though, I have many people who have registered that they would like to speak, but maybe I'll give mic to Ms. Manisha Pavi from Delhi, and she wanted to share her, inputs. Ma'am, you can speak from there. I'll get help you with the mic. She would like to share her experience of working through entire process of Convoke and how did it help her. I won't say transformed her, but helped her in her journey towards excellence in education.
It transformed me also. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to share that during the COVID times, 2020, I came to know about Convoke. And I still don't remember how I came to know. But because the association has been so intense that I forgot in the beginning. And at that time, I'm a maths teacher. And for me, research was something that has to be done by the PhD scholars. And then I came to know about action research. And that was just the beginning. It's been 4 years, and this year it has been my 7th paper presentation in different universities. And the best thing about Convoke is the hand-holding. In the morning, Abha ma'am was saying that teachers need support. I truly agree. In my case, I had no knowledge about action research, but the support given by your team, by the team of Bharati Foundation, I'd like to especially mention Sameen. She is always there 24/7, literally 24/7, and she's been helping in guiding us how to go about it. And now the transformation that has come to me is that I don't see a problem as a problem. It has become an opportunity to find solutions. So I would like to address all the scholars here that you should always go for action research whenever you see any problem in your classrooms, because the solution will not come from outside. The solution will come from you and your students, your colleagues, your administration. All you have to do is approach them, and then things will flow much better than what you are facing now. And last, again, I would like to thank every one of the Bharti Airtel team for being there whenever we wanted it. And let's continue the journey of action, reflection, and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Manisha. And there's one more video that we would like to play. Again, it's just a 1.5 minute video. Okay, while the minister has arrived, we await him, but maybe we can play that video on freedom fighter, Atul. And perhaps I may not be able to get time to, brief you on why did we do that exercise, but we'll try and accommodate for that later. पीछे खड़े हुए हैं ना वो सारा everybody to sit. I want everybody to sit.
ऐसे सूरवीर जिन्होंने देश के लिए अपना सर्वोच्च
Atul,
योगदान दिया है,
stop. Good afternoon once again. Jai Hind. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the esteemed presence of our chief guest for the occasion, Honorable Union Minister for Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji. Sir, we welcome you for this momentous occasion and thank you for taking out time to be part of this event and joining us. We also welcome our guide and mentor, Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Co-Chairman Bharti Airtel Foundation, members from our governing board, Mr. J.S. Deepak, Mr. Vijay Chadda. Sir, welcome once again. So since morning, we had a very enriching discussion, deliberations, where educationists from across the country have come here, and we had a wonderful discussion around the merits of technology and how best technology can be integrated when it comes to classroom teaching and taking the advantages of technology beyond classrooms as well. Through the Teacher app, as Bharti Foundation, we are trying to strengthen the attempt of government to strengthen capacity building of teachers. The mandate under National Education Policy for 50 hours of compulsory professional development program for teachers. I think the Teacher app going forward will play a pivotal role in making sure that happens and it is taken to every part of this country. Now, without further delay, let's move on to the occasion. You all are. So, without further delay, let's move into the occasion we all have been waiting for since morning for the launch of the Teacher app. But before I get on to that, may I please request Mamta Saikia, CEO Bharti Airtel Foundation, to please give a brief on Bharti Airtel Foundation's work and on the Teacher app. Mamta, ma'am, please, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Could I get a mic? Could I get a mic? Give me the mic. Give me hand mic. It doesn't matter. Give me hand mic. While we sort out the mic issue, Bharti Foundation was initiated in year 2000. In the last almost 25 years, we have been working in the space of education and mainly in rural India. Our flagship program, the Satya Bharti schools. These schools are established in the villages and they provide quality education to underprivileged children absolutely free of cost. We aim to bring up caring, confident, and contributing citizens of our country. Satya Bharti schools remain the fountainhead of our knowledge and all the practices that we've learned. We took our good practices to government schools under a program called Quality Support Program. Here our goal is to create an energetic and creative atmosphere in schools, which is engaging for both students as well as teachers. We started this program with 12 schools, and over a decade, almost 3 million children have been reached out in Quality Support Program. Just a few months back, we launched a very ambitious scholarship program, Bharti Airtel Scholarship. This scholarship program supports brilliant students who've received admission in some of the best tech universities of our country. This is a fully funded scholarship. We also give them a very high-end laptop to make sure that they can focus on their studies. And a very important aspect of this scholarship, which we all are very proud of, is that each of this scholar has committed that once they start earning, they will support a scholar as well. So this is really a ripple of good work that we are creating. Bharati Foundation, because of its work with schools, extensive work with schools, and in villages, and in teachers, we not only see the challenges that teachers face in classrooms and in schools, but we have actually lived them, given the fact that we run our own schools. So when we looked at our 24 years of history, all the knowledge that we have gathered, the experiences that we have, the good practices that we have, we decided that it is time that we take this and make it available on a technology platform to the teachers across the country. And that was the thought behind the Teacher app. Now, when we went, before we started conceptualizing, we went to talk to the teachers. What is it that you want? What is the kind of support that you want? And you know, today in the morning, there were teachers on the panel discussion. They said the same thing, what we heard when we went to the ground. They said, you know, there is so much of content, but we are looking for quality content which is relevant, something which is practical, something that we can actually use in our classrooms, and we don't waste time looking for quality content. They said not only do we need very smart training courses, but we also need resources that we can use in the classrooms. And that is exactly what we did when we conceptualized the Teacher app. Currently, we have content, which are training courses. We have a lot of resources, be it in the form of a question bank, learning teaching material, projects, exit questions. So there's a lot of content that has been put on this app for teachers. Now, there are 3-4 things that our teachers have liked quite a lot, and those 3-4 things is what I would like to present to you. To make teachers' life easy, we have made sure that our design of our app is very intuitive, and it's very easy. And you heard in the morning teachers saying, किसी दिन जाके मैं कोर्सेज करती हूँ, किसी दिन जाके मैं शॉर्ट वीडियोस देखती हूँ, जिस दिन मूड करता है मैं संडे पोल्स करती हूँ. It's a very intuitive design. On our platform, we also tell them, I think Kamlesh talked about it, how would teachers know that which course is being liked the most? So the most popular course comes up front. So a teacher can decide if it is relevant, would she also want to do that? We keep our teachers updated with what is newly added, so they get to know how the app is progressing. They also see their own progress. There is a leaderboard, so they see how well they are doing and how many courses have they done. There are a lot of learning choices on our app. We have courses which are 1 hour to 1.5 hours long. They are interactive. There are a lot of engagements within a course, followed by an assessment and certifications. We heard in the morning one of the teachers speaking about that I love certification. Most of the young teachers wanted this. They are short videos. These short videos actually speak to a specific problem or a specific challenge. We saw a learning bite in the morning where there was this problem of 0.7 multiplied by 0.5, and most of the students answered it as 3,500. So there are these short videos. We have webinars, very engaging, very interactive. This particular webinar was done on the demand of teachers. Teachers wanted to know, how do we create podcasts? Most of our webinars are demand-driven. There are podcasts. So if you're sitting in your school bus or you're going for a walk, you can listen to your podcast as well. This is a very important feature that we have. Many teachers have solved a problem in the classroom, but other teachers don't get to know about it. These impact stories actually talk of a teacher. She states the problem that I needed to solve, and then she shares the strategy. So this is where we allow teachers to collaborate and learn from each other. This is another very interesting feature. One of the teachers talked about it. Every day, teacher's class is different, and she's taking hundreds of decisions. The strategy or methodology that you applied last week may not work next week. So we thought, how do we create a very fun way of introducing learning and various ways to solve a problem? So look at this question. These are polls. These are Sunday polls. And we have some very regular teachers who come and do that. Look at the 4 answers. Think in your mind, which option will you choose? Yeah? All options are correct, right? And this is how teachers voted on our app. Vote is not important. What it does is, A, it gives exposure to teachers of 4 different ways to solve the same problem, and it helps them think critically. Quizzes, etc., a lot of fun things for teachers. We did a very small pilot with Jammu teachers 3-4 months back, and I'll share that with you. But one thing that we found very interesting was, we found teachers had started to create their learning journeys. So not only when they would leave a course in between, they would come back, and we have this feature called continue learning. So they could continue from where they had left. They can bookmark the courses in which they are interested and actually create their own learning journey. In Jammu, we saw, because we were noticing the teachers, we saw teachers came onto our platform. They were exploring what all exists. They were looking at various features. They were looking at various courses. Slowly, we saw consumption started to happen. They were not only completing the courses, but certificates were being generated. We were very excited when teachers started creating their learning journey outside the 3-4 courses that the Jammu Diet had decided. Teachers with growth mindset who wanted to grow. But the most exciting part was when these teachers started loading videos of what they learned on the platform and how are they enacting it in the classrooms. And that's the journey that the Teacher app is looking forward to, when we see that from our app, there is actually a transformation in the classrooms. Till date, we've just run a pilot for a few months. We've already generated 1.9 lakh certificates and 2.5 lakh hours of training. We believe teachers are the true nation builders. And as Bharti Airtel Foundation, with help of the Teacher app, whatever little we can contribute, it'll be our privilege to elevate teachers of our country. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mamta. This is truly inspiring, and Bharti Airtel Foundation has come a long way since its inception. On behalf of myself and my colleagues, let me say that I and all of us are privileged and honored to be a part of this journey. All right, we just setting the stage. It is with immense pleasure and it is an immense privilege that we have the Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Dharmendra Prasad, join us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, may I invite you to please come to the stage. May I also request the Vice Chairman of Bharti Enterprises and Co-Chairman Bharti Airtel Foundation, Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal and Mamta to join the Minister on the stage. Mr. Mittal, may I please request you to present the Minister with a small token of our appreciation, a memento. Teaching is not just a profession, but a noble mission, and our teachers are the architects of a better tomorrow. Through their hard work and commitment, we shape the future of our society. The Teacher app is our tribute to them. I now request Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal to please address the august audience.
A very good afternoon. At the outset, let me extend a very warm welcome to the chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of India. First of all, taking out time from his very, very busy and hectic schedule, and more importantly, to also come and share his views to the teachers and teaching community. We have students, we have teachers who have come from all over the country. Mamta made a presentation on the Teacher app, so I will not go into the details of that. But let me share why Bharti Airtel Foundation thought of a Teacher's app. This is something where I believe had to happen and was waiting in the wings for a long time. We have been running 164 Satya Bharti schools in villages, 1,000 schools on quality support program. Those interventions are where my teams go and personally either manage the 164 schools, or we go and touch the education system in the 1,000+ government schools. Coming from the brand of Airtel, we were always feeling ourselves restricted because the government, the ministries of education, they have all the resources. They can reach out to the last location in India across the country. But for a foundation like ours, there are limitations and restrictions, and therefore we can only scale up through technology intervention. We started looking at what's available in the market, and all the apps which I saw were more for students, very few for teachers. Of course, Diksha, Swayam, the Ministry of Education's initiatives, and probably a handful of teachers' apps which are in the market. And I said, this is the most dire need, crying need of building capacity with the teachers. While we say elevating teachers, elevating India, I would say we are partnering with each one of you to make sure India realizes its dream of being the third largest economy very soon. With you as a partner, we would like to see every youth across the country who not only gets very good education from the teachers, high quality education, but we also prepare them for a better tomorrow, for a better future for themselves, so that they can partake in the economic growth of the country. So this is the background why we thought of bringing the Teachers app. And of course, this is something which, when you talk of technology, there are many moving parts. We have the chatbot, we have the the animations, but I think more importantly, we will continue to work on creating more and more content. And this is just not going to be stopping at primary level. This will actually go to K-12. It was going to be a very big and a large, long enough project. And that is the time when I told Mamta, I said, we need to launch, whatever we have. We just can't keep on waiting for things to happen. And that is why I reached out to the Honorable Minister, and he was very kind to give his time today. We just also saw the scholarship program, and I will just take a minute on that. That is another huge initiative which has been launched on the 25 years of Bharti Airtel Foundation. I am privy, tens of thousands, probably lakhs of kids, their dreams die every year because after class 12 they cannot go and take admission in a course of their liking because their parents have financial constraints. Or they go for alternate courses. I mean, you want to become a doctor, but you end up doing BA because your parents don't have the fees to be paid. And that was one thing which, again, we said is a program which is scalable. While we have 276 Bharti scholars today, This program at its peak will be 4,000 students. Every year we'll take 1,000 students, young boys and girls, into the technology program, into the STEM education, and every year 1,000 graduates will be passing through. And that is something which I believe is not only, giving them the opportunity to do what they wanted to do, but do it happily, have a future of their own. Probably they will be job givers, if not job seekers. And not only that, we also asked each one of them to give an undertaking that on continuous basis they will at least have one child's education being supported by them. Sir, you'll be happy to note that when I interacted with 280 students, many of them said, why only one student? We will have 3, we will have 4. One girl raised her hand and said, I'll set up an NGO to reach out to the kids who need that help, that support. So it's going to be a movement, if I may say. It's again a small beginning by Bharati Atal Foundation, but I see a much, much better future for the kids who will be coming into this program, who otherwise would have lost out and not realized their dreams. Mamta, the other thing I requested the Honorable Minister, have you given the Convoke Award? It's still pending. Oh, given, sorry. I didn't realize that. I in fact asked him, he said, I'll be happy to do that, so I would have checked that. Anyway, the teachers can come who got the award for a photo then. So I'm not going to talk or take much time. Once again, I first of all thank each one of you. And one other thing which I want to say, the Teacher app is made by the teachers for the teachers. I think the support we got from the teaching community, the support we got from people who had content, and they said, we are ready to come on the platform because you are giving it for free, you are not going on into a commercial model. And we continue to look forward to your continuous feedback and be the brand ambassadors so that this can spread across the country. It reaches to the last tehsil and the last village where the teachers don't get the opportunity of capacity building, training and whatnot. And this, I'm sure, will help you in improving the pedagogic skills, in how to deliver a lecture, but ultimately the beneficiary is going to be the students. And I always say, I think someone did mention teaching is a noble profession without a doubt. But teachers are like a candle. They've burned themselves to spread light for others. That's what you do. Keep doing the good work. And thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Your encouragement inspires educators who will create future leaders of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the much-awaited moment has arrived. May I request the Honorable Education Minister and Mr. Mittal and Mamta to please launch the Teacher app. Amit, could you please assist them with the launch?
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, द टीचर ऐप में आपका स्वागत है।
This milestone would not have been possible without the dedication of our development team and insight from teachers and educators like you, the invaluable feedback from student teachers and educators. Thank you all for your support. We are privileged to have with us the esteemed Minister of Education, a visionary leader deeply committed to advancing education. Under his leadership, we have witnessed transformational efforts to enhance learning opportunities for students and professional growth for educators. Honorable Minister, we eagerly look forward to your words and encouragement and inspiration as you address our esteemed audience. Please, you are most welcome.
नमस्कार मित्रों, भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन के द्वारा इस नया इनोवेशन जिसकी नाम टीचर्स ऐप है, टीचर ऐप, द टीचर ऐप, उसकी डेडिकेशन प्रोग्राम में मंच पे उपस्थित भारतीय फाउंडेशन के सीईओ आदरणीय राकेश भारती मित्तल जी, ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनी के सीईओ राकेश भारती मित्तल जी और फाउंडेशन की सीईओ आदरणीय ममता साइकिया जी और इस बोर्ड की आदरणीय मेंबर जेएस दीपक जी, चड्ढा जी, अन्य सभी महानुभाव मित्र साथीगण, मैं भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन को धन्यवाद देता हूं। बीइंग ए टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी, essentially being a communication technology company, they have done the right thing at the right time. जब हम देश में NEP 2020 की फुल स्केल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पे लगे हैं, उसमें कई स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, कई डायमेंशंस हैं, स्टूडेंट्स, टीचर्स, पेरेंट्स, सोसाइटी, ये चार हिस्से में ब्रॉडली 4 प्रकार की स्टेक होल्डर्स में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट फीचर स्टूडेंट तो है ही, लेकिन स्टूडेंट टीचर के बिना इनकम्प्लीट भी है। और अभी तक हमारी देश में इन दिनों में जो एजुकेशन मॉडल हम लोगों ने पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंट पीरियड में अपनाया है, हम इसको स्टूडेंट को फोकस किए हैं, आज भी करना भी है उसको, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा कि बिना टीचर के स्टूडेंट ये पूर्णांग नहीं है। और अब तक जितने सारे इनोवेशन इन दिनों में हम लोगों ने किया है, टेक्नोलॉजी को हमने अपनाया है, विशेष करके जिसकी नाम व्यावसायिक दुनिया में एडुटेक के नाम पे हम लोग उसको विशेष करके निजी स्कूल्स और जिनके पेरेंट अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं ऐसे लोगों की परिवार उसमें से जुड़ा है। लेकिन बीइंग ए रेस्पॉन्सिबल फाउंडेशन, आपको इसीलिए मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं, आपने सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट जो कैटलिस्ट है एजुकेशन की, जो चेंज की, जो आपकी प्राइमरी कैटलिस्ट है, वो टीचर है। टीचर की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एनईपी का एक प्रमुख रिकमेंडेशन है। उसके लिए अलग सिलेबस भी बनाया गया है, नया कोर्स पैटर्न डेवलप किया गया है, नया पेडागोजी डेवलप किया गया है। बजट में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये अपेक्षा भी रखा है शिक्षा विभाग से, उन्होंने रिसोर्स अवेलेबल भी करवाया है कि जिलाओं में जो डाइट है, जो एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन की, सेकेंडरी और हायर सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन की टीचर्स की कंटिन्यूअस कॉम्पिटेंस एनहांसमेंट करने के लिए जो व्यवस्था है, उसको एक एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस करने की उन्होंने आदेश भी दिया है। उस काम पे हम जुटे हैं। जब उसको हम इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे थे, मेरे मन में एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस में क्या क्या होनी चाहिए, इसकी एक डिटेल स्टडी में खुद भी कर रहा था, क्योंकि हमारे सामने कभी कभी आप सब शिक्षक हो, आपकी एक मत भी है, एक विवाद चल पड़ता है, रीराइटिंग ऑफ द हिस्ट्री। इतिहास को आप छोटा कर रहे हो, बड़ा कर रहे हो, इसको छोड़ दिया, इसको क्यों लाए, ये प्रकार के डिबेट चलता है। शायद वो डेमोक्रेसी में चलना भी चाहिए, मैं उसको बहुत चुनौती नहीं मानता हूं। मैंने को इस एनईपी को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने में सबसे जो चुनौती लगता है, और जो भारत की जो स्थिति है, हम आज दुनिया के 5th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी है, आने वाले 2-2.5 साल के अंदर हम 3rd बन जाएंगे। हमारी इकोनॉमी शायद जिस ग्रोथ रेट पे चल रहा है, ये आने वाले 2 दशक के अंदर, विद इन 2 डिकेड्स, वी में सरपास, वी में लीड ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी। जो मैं बड़े जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं, भारत दुनिया की ग्रोथ इंजन बनने वाला है। लेकिन ये होगा कैसे? उस देश की लोगों की, विशेष करके नई पीढ़ी की, यंगस्टर्स की क्लैरिटी ऑफ थॉट से होगी। और उसको क्लैरिटी ऑफ थॉट्स कौन दिलवाएगा? हम सब यहां जो बैठे हैं, हमारी क्लैरिटी ऑफ थॉट्स हमारी टीचर ने दिया है हमको। इसमें कोई, हमारे घर में भी मिला है, लेकिन हमारे घर वालों को हमने कभी सीरियसली लिया नहीं। उसको माँ को क्या मालूम है? पिताजी को डर के कारण हमको सुनना पड़ा है, लेकिन एक एज के बाद हम रिवेलियन भी हुए हैं, यार ये कुछ भी कह देते हैं। और कभी कभी माँ पिताजी भी अनरीजनेबल हो जाते। जिंदगी में दोनों ने जितना मार्क्स इकट्ठा नहीं लाया, वो बच्चे इतना लाई अपेक्षा करते हैं। ये डिलेमा में मेरे को लगता है सबसे चैलेंजिंग दुनिया, ये जो दुनिया में होने वाला है, जिसकी भारत की लीडरशिप में होने वाला है, उसमें मैं अपना प्लेस बना पाऊंगा क्या? फ्यूचर को मैं मैप कर पाऊंगा क्या? क्या मेरे बच्चे सिर्फ इस इकोनॉमी वर्ल्ड के जो नया अर्थनीति बन रहा है, जो नया सोशियो कल्चरल टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सोसाइटी बनेगा, इसकी यूजर बनेंगे, या उसके अंदर अपना इनोवेशन भी डालेंगे? ये मेरे को सब दिन एक प्रश्न आता है। जब मैं मेरे बच्चों को कभी कभी गांव से ही, मैं शहर की बात नहीं कहता हूं, मैं देश के गांव में जब जाता हूं किसी भी हिस्से में, तब मेरे कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ता है। क्यों? मैं उस बच्चों में जो जिज्ञासा की गुण देखता हूं, उनके मन में जो क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग की डायनेमिक्स मेरे को ध्यान में आता है, कभी कभी उसमें मेरे को डर लगता है कि हमारे जो टीचर्स हैं, आर दे कॉम्पिटेंट? उनकी क्या गलती है? इसलिए फ्यूचर को मैप करना मेरे को सबसे चुनौती लगता है। मैथमेटिक्स, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी, हिस्ट्री, सोशल साइंस, जियोग्राफी, ये लगभग स्टैटिक है। न्यूटन की थ्योरी बदलने वाला नहीं है, उसकी इंटरप्रिटेशन बदलेगा। लेकिन ये सारे सिंथेसिस होने के बाद जो इकोनॉमी मॉड्यूल्स बनने वाला है, जो रोजगार की व्यवस्था बनने वाली है, जो न्यू लाइफस्टाइल आएगा, इसके अंदर जो स्किल सेट्स लगेगी, क्या हमारी दुनिया, टीचर्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स, शिक्षक और विद्यार्थिनी उसमें से अपडेट हैं क्या? जिस देश ने उस फंडामेंटल को एड्रेस किया है, वही डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी हो पाया है, हमें बनना ही है। इसीलिए मैं इस क्रिटिकल एरिया में भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन, पहली बार, मैं शायद मेरे ज्ञान सीमित भी हो सकता है, लेकिन मैं अभी तक, मैं तो राकेश जी की भरोसे पे आ गया, कुछ अच्छा करते होंगे, लेकिन सच में आपने अच्छा किया है। क्योंकि मैं एयरटेल को एक सिर्फ कमर्शियल एंटिटी कभी नहीं माना। यस, इट्स अ कमर्शियल एंटिटी, लेकिन इनकी बारे में मैं जितना पढ़ा हूं, जानता हूं, ऑलवेज दे हैव ए सोशल कमिटमेंट। मैं कभी, मेरे वहां एक तूफान आया था तटीय इलाका में, 2-4 साल में एक बार साइक्लोन तो आ ही जाता है। तो मैंने 3-4-5 साल पहले इनको फोन किया, सुनील जी को फोन किया कि सुनील जी, उस इलाका में कनेक्टिविटी की इशू है, और हमको यहाँ के जो लोग कहते हैं कि अगर आप ही कुछ कर सकते हो, क्योंकि कोई क्राइसिस में हो तो सबसे पहला जो चीज आज आवश्यकता है, खबर पहुंचाना, खबर लेना और खबर पहुंचाना। इसके लिए आज के दिनों में टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन मोबाइल नेटवर्क ही एक रास्ता है। तो उन्होंने 24 घंटे के अंदर वो काम करके दिया। तब से मेरा एक भरोसा बना है कि भाई ये तो कर देंगे। और मैं आज बहुत प्रसन्न हूँ भारत की शिक्षा विभाग की दायित्व संभालने के नाते। जो एक प्राइमरी आवश्यकता थी, टीचर को सब्जेक्ट से निकाल के, रोड लर्निंग की इकोसिस्टम से निकाल के कॉम्पिटेंसी और लर्निंग आउटकम को मोर साइंटिफिक करने के लिए कैसे रास्ता निकाले। टीचर्स नीड टू बी कंटिन्यूअसली अपग्रेडेड देमसेल्फ। और आपकी ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन ऐप, क्योंकि रील बनाने में तो किसी को ट्रेनिंग लेना नहीं पड़ता है, पड़ता है क्या? पहले हम लोग फेसबुक में लाइव करते थे, व्हाट्सएप में वीडियो ऑन करके अपने प्रियजनों के साथ चैट करते हैं। ये टेक्नोलॉजी की सोशलाइजेशन है, डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन है। और मैं इन दुनिया को थोड़ा देखता था, ये करोड़ों की व्यवसाय करते हैं और उसमें भारतीय एयरटेल वाले भी थोड़ा लाभार्थी है, लेकिन उन्होंने गिव बैक भी करने का फैसला किया, अच्छा इलाका में किया। कि ये जो देश में 1 करोड़ टीचर है, मैं राकेश जी ये जो 3 million, ममता जी कह रही नियर 3 million स्टूडेंट्स, डू यू नो हाउ मच स्टूडेंट्स वी हैव? 260 million 260 million स्टूडेंट्स हमारे साथ हैं। अगर एयरटेल की मार्केट शेयर कितना है टेलीफोन में? 40-50% होगा ही। 40 है तो भाई मेरे टीचर का भी 40% करो। आप अभी हिसाब करो, 260 से अगर 3 हो, ये तो कोई बराबर की बात नहीं हुई है। देयर इज नो फाइनेंशियल बर्डन। भाई आपकी एयरटेल की विज्ञापन में ये भी आप कर रहे हो, ये बताइए तो। आपकी जो एयरटेल की जो विज्ञापन आते, क्यों एयरटेल लेनी चाहिए, आप ये भी बताना शुरू करो। एयरटेल ये भी काम कर रहा है, टीचर को फ्री ऐप भी देगा, एप्पल में भी मिलेगा, एंड्रॉयड में भी मिलेगा। बताओ, वो लोग लेंगे। मैं बीच में एक आजकल हमारी समग्र शिक्षा की काफी मुहिम चल रही है। बच्चों को मैं देखो बहुत चिंतित हूं, 60-70% बच्चों के लिए। थोड़ा अफुलेंट लोगों की घर में से बच्चा प्राइमरीली प्राइवेट स्कूल में जाता है और फिलांथ्रोपिक के अच्छे स्कूल्स में जाता है, मदर इंटरनेशनल जैसे। हमारी दायित्व है जो 60-70% ग्रामीण इलाका में बच्चे हैं, जिसमें से एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम निकले हैं, जिसमें से हमारी आज की माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी निकले हैं, जिसमें श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू भी निकली है। अगर उनको उनकी स्कूल्स एजुकेशन दिया तब जाके वो यहाँ के पहुंचे, लोगों की भरोसा जीते। मैं ऐसे मानता हूं 60-70 देश की हमारी, इसमें कोई गिनाने के लिए नहीं है। मैं करोड़ों एग्जाम्पल दिलवा सकता हूं, आप सब उसमें से जो टीचर्स यहां बैठे हैं। मैंने पूछा ममता जी को, ये मित्र लोग कौन है? नहीं, ज्यादातर टीचर्स है और कुछ बीएड कॉलेज की स्टूडेंट्स है। आपकी जो रूट है, रूट में देखना, आपकी शायद आप लोग शायद सरकारी स्कूल में ना पढ़े होंगे, पढ़े हैं ना? यहाँ सरकारी स्कूल वाले हाथ उठाइए तो देखो, इसने में देखो, इतने एलिट क्लब में जो एयरटेल की दोस्त लोग हैं, उनमें से भी गांव में पढ़ा हुआ स्कूल से, और इन्होंने गांव में भी स्कूल चला रहे हैं, राइटली। ये जो 60-70% हमारे गांव के बच्चे हैं, रूरल बैकग्राउंड के बच्चे और अर्बन पुअर है, इनकी चिंता समाज को करनी है। इसीलिए मैं एयरटेल भारती फाउंडेशन को, भारतीय एयरटेल को धन्यवाद देता हूं। उन्होंने इस प्रकार की लोगों के जो शिक्षक है, उनको एक ओपन एक्सेस की आप आपने बनाई है, और मैं कभी रुचि लेके इनको दिखना चाहूंगा उसमें है क्या। एनसीईआरटी वाले बैठे, एनसीटी वाले मेरे साथ रहेंगे, और हमारी जो अथॉरिटी हब हमने बनाई है, एनईपी की एक्सपर्ट्स ग्रुप बनाए, इनके साथ मैं थोड़ा चाहूंगा ममता जी जितना जल्दी हो, और आपकी 5-10 ग्रुप के साथ भी बताओ। जिससे मैंने अभी आने वाले दिनों में भी हम नया टेक्स्ट बुक बना रहे हैं, 15 क्लास की टेक्स्ट बुक बनेगा, प्री स्कूल की 3 साल की, बाल बाटिका 1, 2, 3 और फिर 1 to 12। 15 साल में से हमने 7 क्लास की टेक्स्ट बुक बना दिया है, और 8 क्लास की बनेगा। और उसमें 2-3 चीज इस बार जो प्रमुखता मूल फर्क होगा, इलेक्टिव सब्जेक्ट लगभग बंद होगा। नथिंग विल बी known as इलेक्टिव सब्जेक्ट, मीन्स स्किल्स, लिबरल आर्ट्स, डांस, सॉन्ग, ये सब पहले ऑप्शनल, ले नहीं लो चलेगा, इसलिए लोग लेते हैं कि डीयू में अच्छे से एडमिशन मिल जाएगा, है नहीं। बच्चों के अपने आप में टैलेंट है। एक बैलेंस सोसाइटी के लिए इन बच्चों की भी विकास की आवश्यकता, उनकी रुचि, बच्चों की क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग तब बनेगी अगर उनकी रुचि के हिसाब से, उनकी एप्टीट्यूड के हिसाब से हम उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी दें। या हम जो अपना सीमित ज्ञान में, यही टेक्स्ट बुक है, यही लर्निंग प्रोसेस है, अगर उसी में हम उनको बांधेंगे तब उसकी रोट लर्निंग ही होगा। इसलिए इस आप में आने वाले दिनों में जो मैंने कहा कि मेरे को सबसे जो चुनौती लगता है कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमिक प्रैक्टिसेस को, पिछले 2015 में दुनिया में जितने जॉब था उसकी 25% अबोलिश हो गया। 2028 आते आते अभी की एग्जिस्टिंग जॉब की 44% बदल जाएगा। सोसाइटी स्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग में जाएगा और भारत दुनिया की सबसे यंग पॉपुलेशन वाला देश होगा। उस समय में ये सारे कन्वर्जन की पासवर्ड हमारी टीचर है। और मैं बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट के साथ कहता हूं, हमारी ये 1 करोड़ टीचर्स, टैलेंट में इनके पास कोई कमी नहीं, इनको अपॉर्चुनिटी और एक विजन देने की आवश्यकता है। जो हमारी सरकार कमिटेड है समाज की मदद से, हमें सब मिलके एक बड़ा दृष्टि एजुकेशन फैमिली में बनानी है। टीचर्स की सोशियो इकोनॉमिक सम्मान बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। टीचर्स की, मैं डेवलप इकोनॉमी में कभी कभी जो हमारे देश में था, जब अलेक्जेंडर इस देश से लौट के गए, उन 2-3 मित्रों ने एक बात किया, इस देश को हराना मुश्किल है। क्यों ना, यहां की एक व्यक्ति ऐसा हमको मिला जो राजा से ऊपर है। यहां राजा को हराने से राज्य नहीं हो जाता है। राज्य फिजिकली हो जाए, राज्य के लोग नहीं मानते हैं, वो राजा को नहीं मानते, किसको मानते हैं? वह एक गरीब टाइप का आदमी है जिसके पास कुछ नहीं है, जो समाज की टीचर है, शिक्षक है, उसी को मानते हैं। हमारी ये गुरु परंपरा है। 1835 में अंग्रेजों की कुछ 150 साल हो गया था भारत में व्यवसाय करते हुए। उनको लगा कि उसको कैसे हमारी इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट को सस्टेन करें, तो उन्होंने एक ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में, वो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, वो चर्चा करवाया कि भाई जब तक भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली को हम जड़ से नहीं निकालते हैं तब हम भारत को लंबे समय तक इकोनॉमिक कॉलोनी नहीं बना पाएंगे। मैकॉले ने यह विषय मसौदा 1835 ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में उपस्थित किया था। क्या हमें अभी इंग्लिश को छोड़ देना चाहिए क्या? मेरे अलावा सभी ने इंग्लिश में बोला, और जो मैं बोल रहा हूं फिर आपको लगता है कि इसको थोड़ा कम आता होगा। भारत में सामाजिक मर्यादा को कॉलोनी की भाषा के साथ जुड़ा गया है। पूरा यूके में कुछ इलाका में भी इंग्लिश नहीं कहते हैं। यूरोप तो छोड़ दो, भारत में दुनिया की 4 पुरानी भाषा है, दुनिया की मैं कह रहा हूं, तमिल, संस्कृत, प्राकृत, पाली, इन चारों भाषाओं को भी भारत सरकार क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज की मान्यता दिया है। हमारी सभ्यता में विज्ञान, कला, संस्कृति की अगर अनुध्यान हम करते हैं तो हमारी संपन्नता ध्यान में आती है। मैं भौतिक, फिजिकल और मटेरियल अचीवमेंट के बारे में सिर्फ नहीं कहता हूं। भारत 21वीं सदी में एक ज्ञान आधारित सदी होने वाला है। हम 24 साल पूरा करेंगे और 2-3 दिन के बाद और 1 महीने के बाद। आने वाले जो 75 साल होगा इस 21st सेंचुरी की, इसमें भारत को अपने आप में पोजीशनिंग, रीपोजिशनिंग होगा। ये साइकिल होती है। दिस इज द मोमेंट, दिस इज द पीरियड, दिस इज द अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर इंडिया। और मैं बिल्कुल मानता हूं कि इसमें हमें टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से एक बहुत बड़ा लीप फ्रॉगिंग करेंगे। स्किल्स, लिबरल आर्ट्स, सोशल रिक्वायरमेंट, रिसर्च, 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया की सॉफ्ट लोन, एक प्रकार से ग्रांट 50 साल की सरकार ने अनाउंस किया है रिसर्च के लिए। कंपनी अपने R&D सरकार की सॉफ्ट लोन से कर सकते हैं। कौन उसकी फायदा में रहेगा? और जो आप स्कॉलरशिप देते हो, आप स्टेम पे देते हो, कम से कम इतना अच्छा काम करते हो, आप उसमें कम से कम एजुकेशन को जोड़ो, लिबरल आर्ट्स को, ह्यूमैनिटीज को मत जोड़ो, चलेगा, लेकिन आप सिर्फ इंजीनियर सोसाइटी को नहीं चलाएंगे। आपने खुद आप बनाया टीचर्स के लिए। देश में अच्छा टीचर तब बनेंगे अगर उसकी मर्यादा बढ़ेगी। बीएड पढ़ने से, डीलेड पढ़ने से भी स्कॉलरशिप मिलता है, और वो भी धीरे धीरे वहाँ NIRF की कैटेगरी में आने लगे हैं। बड़े बड़े यूनिवर्सिटियों का हमने नया NEP के अंदर ITEP को हमने कॉन्शियसली IITs में खुलवा रहे हैं, हमें NITs में खुलवा रहे हैं, बड़े बड़े यूनिवर्सिटीज में खुलवा रहे हैं, इसीलिए कि हमारे शिक्षकों की मर्यादा और बढ़े। और मैं यहाँ के बहुत खुश हूँ जब हमने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हमें समाज में कर्मयोगी बनाना है। ये शिक्षक हमारी सही मायने में सर्वश्रेष्ठ कर्मयोगी है। कर्म भी करते हैं, योगी भी हैं, तपस्या भी करते हैं। आप इनके लिए जो सर्टिफिकेट देते हो, अभी की शिक्षा व्यवस्था में हमने NEP की एडवाइस से, परामर्श से क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क भी बनाई है, NCRF बनाई है। मैं आपकी टीम को अनुरोध करूंगा, आप संबंधित सरकारी व्यवस्था में NCERT से बात करके उसकी आर्किटेक्चर आपकी इस इनिशिएटिव से कैसे बनाओगे, आप बात करो, मैं उनको भी सुझाव दूंगा, आज ही सुझाव दूंगा। लेकिन ये सारे शिक्षक इसीलिए करेंगे अगर उनको सेल्फ लर्निंग में, टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन लर्निंग में उनको कुछ इंसेंटिव मिलेगा। अभी तो आप उनको ये अच्छा चीजें सीख लो, आपने 32,000 शिक्षकों को इकट्ठा किया है। जिस दिन शिक्षकों को लगेगा, भाई आपके वहाँ कंपटीशन होता है ना, टेलीकॉम कंपनी में कौन ज्यादा ऑफर देता है, उसी को लोग जाते हैं। सर्विस कौन अच्छा देता है, उसी को जाते हैं। इतना तो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आप इस ऐप में लगा दो। और हमने, सरकार ने हमने क्रेडिट दिया है। आपकी लर्निंग कितने आवर्स की रहती है ममता जी इसमें लर्निंग? ग्रेट, ये तो बहुत बड़ा क्रेडिट मिल जाएगा, शायद आपको 3-4 पॉइंट की क्रेडिट मिल जाएगा। अगर इतने आवर की अगर आप क्रेडिटाइज कर दोगे, तब उस शिक्षक की एक सेल्फ इंसेंटिव हो जाएगा, उसकी कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ जाएगा। और समग्र में जो डिजिटल वर्ल्ड को, टेक्नोलॉजी को, इनोवेशन को स्कूल्स में जोड़ने के लिए अपेक्षा रखा गया है। मैं निश्चित मानता हूं ये टीचर ऐप, द टीचर ऐप निश्चित रूप में ये एक गेम चेंजर के रूप में काम करेगा। मैं पहली बार टीचर्स के लिए एक डेडिकेट ऐप का लोकार्पण करने का मेरे को आपने अवसर दिया, सौभाग्य दिया। मैं आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं और ऐसे ही अच्छा काम आप करते रहे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Your words were truly inspiring. I think the entire audience was completely glued to their seats. Before we progress, can we quickly ask all the Convoke winners to come up on stage for photo shoot? Rupa, you can join them.
मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि मैं ही नहीं हूं जो अपनी टीम के ऊपर प्रेशर डालता हूं, आपने भी उससे ज़्यादा प्रेशर मेरी टीम पे डाल दिया। इसका बहुत बहुत मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ। आपने सर 2 बात की हैं, 1 करोड़ टीचर क्यों इस ऐप पे नहीं होना चाहिए या 40% क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए, ये मैं आपको कमिट कर रहा हूँ ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ माई टीम दैट वी विल कीप ऑन सेंडिंग यू मंथली ट्रैकर के कितने टीचर ऐड हो रहे हैं एनुअली। नहीं, एनुअल तो बहुत दूर है। अच्छा चलिए, दूसरा सर आपने बात किया कि आप हमें बुलाएंगे विद योर टीम, सो एक हम उनको प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकें। उसमें हमारा ये फ़ायदा होगा कि जब वो देखेंगे कि ये ऐप क्या कर सकती है तो वो भी पुश करेंगे अपने सिस्टम में, तो जो टीचर्स को नहीं भी अवेयरनेस होगी वो भी इस पे आएंगे। और जो 32,000 अभी टीचर सर्टिफाई हो चुके हैं या लगभग 1 लाख के ऊपर हैं, ये सब हमारे ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स हैं। जो आपने बोला उन्होंने सुन लिया, ये काम उन्होंने भी करना है हमारे साथ। तो मैं अपने पार्टनर्स का भी एक तरह से भी कमिटमेंट दे रहा हूँ, और दूसरा मुझे थोड़ा हिंदी आती है, मैं इसलिए हिंदी में बोला।
किसको? हाँ, नहीं कर रही हूँ। हाँ। Thank you all. May I now invite Ms. Mamta Saikia to please give the vote of thanks.
आदरणीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी, श्री राकेश मित्तल जी, और आज यहाँ उपस्थित टीचरगण, शिक्षकगण, बीएड के छात्र, मेरे साथी और बाकी सब संस्थाओं से आए हुए लोग, आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आज आपने हमारे साथ टाइम स्पेंड किया। सबसे पहले भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन की तरफ से मैं आदरणीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी। उन्होंने अपने बहुत ही कीमती समय से हमें समय दिया और आज बहुत ही हमें इंस्पायर किया। थैंक यू। आज आपने जो हमारे लिए टारगेट्स भी दिए हैं उन्हें हम पूरा करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। मुझे याद है हमारी बोर्ड मीटिंग जब मिस्टर सुनील भारती मित्तल ने कहा कि अब टाइम है कि भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन अपनी सारी लर्निंग को एक टेक्नोलॉजी के फॉर्म में पूरी कंट्री के लिए ले जा सके। और मिस्टर राकेश भारती मित्तल जी ने हमें कॉन्स्टेंटली इंस्पायर किया, गाइड किया, और आज हम इस मकाम पे पहुँचे हैं कि आज हम लोगों ने द टीचर ऐप को लॉन्च किया है। तो थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर योर सपोर्ट। ये प्लेटफॉर्म जो है बहुत ही ज़्यादा हमारे साथ बहुत सी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और लोग जुड़े हैं, और ये उसी का नतीजा है कि आज हम लोगों ने इस प्लेटफॉर्म को लॉन्च किया है। मैं सबसे पहले अनिल सहस्राबुद्धे जी का धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, जिन्होंने बहुत ही शुरुआत में जब हमने ये आइडिया सोचा ही था, उन्होंने इसका पोटेंशियल देखा और हमें इनकरेज किया कि हमें इस ऐप को ज़रूर बनाना चाहिए। विनोद, जो हमारे लिए एक पिलर ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ रहे हैं। अनुष्टुप, सरिता, स्वरूप रावल जी, जयश्री, जिनको आप में से कुछ लोगों ने सुना, इन सब लोगों ने हमें अपना टाइम दिया है, हमें अपना सपोर्ट दिया है और हमें अपनी गाइडेंस दी है। हमारी ग्रुप कंपनी एयरटेल ने टेक्नोलॉजी के मामले में हमें बहुत सपोर्ट दिया है, और उसमें मैं थैंक्स कहना चाहूँगी सिद्धार्थ, हिमांशु, विम्मी, एलेन, पूर्णिमा, साकिब और बहुत ज़्यादा एयरटेल के एम्प्लॉयज़ जिन्होंने अपना वक्त हमें देके इस ऐप को यहाँ तक पहुँचाया। हमारे साथ काफ़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस भी जुड़ी, हमारे प्रोग्राम पार्टनर्स, टीचर प्रैक्टिस फाउंडेशन, सेंट्रल स्क्वायर फाउंडेशन, खान एकेडमी, एजुकेशनल इनिशिएटिव्स, गुड स्कूल अलायंस, गूगल और काफ़ी पार्टनर्स हैं। अगर आप बाहर जाएंगे तो आप उनका नाम देखेंगे। हमारी जो ताकत है वो इन्हीं पार्टनर्स के सपोर्ट से है। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ऑल योर सपोर्ट। इंडस ने हमारे को इस ऐप डेवलप करने के लिए सपोर्ट किया, सो थैंक यू फॉर देयर सपोर्ट एज वेल। आखिर में हमारे स्पीकर्स, पैनलिस्ट, फैकल्टी एंड स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम बीएड कॉलेजेस, मानव रत्ना यूनिवर्सिटी है, आरसीसीवी गर्ल्स कॉलेज है, जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया, आर्मी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड गलगोटिया यूनिवर्सिटी। आज हमारे साथ एससीईआरटी, एनसीईआरटी, नीति आयोग, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, दिल्ली एंड एमसीडी के भी काफ़ी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। आप सबका अपना टाइम देने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। नहीं समझ आया। फाइनली भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन की टीम को थैंक्स कहना चाहूँगी। सबसे पहले द टीचर ऐप की टीम अगर थोड़ी देर के लिए खड़ी हो जाए, लेड बाय अमित, तनेजा। आई थिंक लॉन्च के टाइम हम इन्हें ऊपर नहीं बुला पाए, वो ठीक नहीं रहा। सो बिग कॉन्ग्रेट्स टू द टीचर ऐप टीम, उन्होंने बहुत प्रेशर में काम किया। सारी भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन की टीम जिन्होंने ये इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया, और शिक्षा डिपार्टमेंट से टीम जिन्होंने हमें हर स्टेप पे गाइड किया, वरना शायद ये इवेंट ठीक से नहीं हो पाती, और सारे मीडिया के हमारे दोस्त, थैंक यू सो मच यहाँ आने के लिए और इस इवेंट को कवर करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन फॉर बीइंग सच अ वंडरफुल ऑडियंस। और सबका शुक्रिया कि हमने समय का बहुत अच्छा पालन किया, और अगर आप घड़ी देखेंगे तो जो हमने वादा किया था, हम शार्प 3 बजे इस इवेंट को हम क्लोज कर रहे हैं, और ये पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाता विदाउट योर हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट। सॉरी, मैं वापस इंग्लिश में चला जाता हूँ। बट रियली थैंक यू वेरी मच, एंड विद दिस वी बिड एडियू, बट आई एम श्योर दिस इज नॉट द एंड, यू नो, व्हाइल द लॉन्च हैज़ फिनिश्ड, बट ये एक शुरुआत है हमारे लिए एक नई जर्नी की थ्रू दी टीचर्स ऐप। और भारतीय एयरटेल फाउंडेशन की इस जर्नी में मैं चाहूँगा कि आप लोग सब हमारा सहयोग दें। थैंक यू फॉर ऑल दी बीएड स्टूडेंट्स। जब आप जाएं तो इस ऐप को एक्सप्लोर करें, और उसके अलग अलग जो कोर्सेज हैं, आई एम श्योर दैट विल हेल्प ईच वन ऑफ यू इन योर जर्नी टू बिकम अ बेटर एकेडमिशियन। थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद। थैंक यू।